Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope. Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Oi, 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 oi. Good morning, boys and girls. How we doing? Welcome in, welcome in. I've not said this for a few days. Feels weird. Who we got here this morning? Euclid with the resub for 45 months. Thank you very much for that. That's incredible. Good morning, good morning. Satyrian with the 19. Thank you very much, boys and girls.
Let's
I
make
appreciate that.
sweet,
Oh, and Chris
sweet
jumping
profit
in there.
together.
Thank you, thank you. You've triggered a hype train this morning. I greatly appreciate that. Wonderful way to come back, boys and girls. Thank you. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope we're good. Hope we're enjoying the summer. The World Cup is finally over. Fucking hell. Oi, oi. So much stuff I want to share. So much stuff I can't share. You might be able to tell. It will be very quickly apparent that I'm not very well. I'm not very well, but I've not played video games. I've not played World of Warcraft. I've not chatted to you guys for far too long. I need to. Leftover pizza for breakfast? I mean, that is top tier. That is absolutely top tier. I can't say I'm doing that today, but I'm going to jump into WoW and have a poke around today. I've not for a few days. I've had very little time to sit and play video. Some stuff I can share. It's the summer, and my wife is on holiday. And of course, when my wife is on holiday, she has lots of plans and desires to do lots of stuff. Lots of DIY, lots of projects, lots of, you know, she wants to go places, do things. So we do that. I've always taken the mindset of that what I do on a day-to-day basis comes with such a high level of luxury. And, you know, I'm so fortunate to be able to do this, but I still understand that I fit my day-to-day in her space, right? She's the breadwinner in the house. And so, you know, if she's on holiday, we do holiday things. If she's busy working, then we also can be busy working. And that's just how things function for us personally. Chalida with the 36 months. Good morning. Yes, I am alive. My alerts don't seem to be going off weirdly. Not quite sure why my alerts are not working. That's something to fix for after the stream. Doge cam still works. There's only 2 Doges in here today. Alma and Nipsu are in here today. Sulor is in the main house. Sulor's in the main house. He's he's keeping Mrs. Manthius entertained. Good thing she's on holiday, got time for all of her ideas. Yeah, this is not the only thing going on in our life at the moment. But like I said, I can't unfortunately share everything. But all in all, it's meant that I've had very little time to sit down and play video games. Very little time to sit down and play video games, but we have got some time today, so I wanted to poke around and have a little bit of a look, see where we're up to. There was an interview with Ian, wasn't there, the other day, and I think it was worth paying attention to. I had a quick read over the notes, and it was it more and more feels now that I know Ian Hazakostas is the what's his title these days? Senior game director. He's just Mr. PR man these days, isn't he? He's just Mr. PR man. Everything he says seems to have a bit of a PR twist to it. He doesn't seem to be deeply involved in any one area of the game more so than another. He just kind of like gets reports. He gets things reported to him, and he's the public face that tells everybody about it. So, was it alright? Had a few good questions and answers. He touched on professions a touch. Yeah, muttered a few things about archaeology and, you know, giving a few relatively default replies. But yeah, also vice president apparently. Okay. What's going on here? Zanny's Draenor is giving gold. Whisper Zanny's he's quit the game. What? What is going on in trade chat? What is going on in trade chat? Yeah, I don't really have much of a plan or much of an action for today, other than I just want to keep getting the professions ticking over, really. Finish a few things before 12-1 sort of starts to become a bit hype. It can't be, it's only a couple of weeks away now, surely 12-1. We're in what, the 5th or 6th week of this patch, it feels like. I don't remember. My brain is mush at the moment, quite genuinely mush. But is everybody having a good summer? Is everybody chilling? Is everybody relaxing? Is everybody happy the World Cup's over? I am. That is for sure. Oh, where's all my orders? Where's all my orders? Omni, how we doing? Welcome in. And of course, Boggart, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm 50-50, to be honest. I'm a little bit ill. I've got a lot going on IRL. But the opportunity to sit and play games and chat with you guys was an absolute necessity today, so I am here. Did you watch the losers final? I mean, you mean the real final? The England-France game was like, if you put those two games side by side, the England-France game and last night's Argentina-Spain game, like complete polar opposite ends of the football spectrum. Unbelievable. Put a €10 bet on Spain on June the 10th. Paid out 5.5x on up 3 pizzas. Go on. That is win. What are my dogs? Hey. What are you eating? What have you found? Always eating the cardboard. Always eating the cardboard. Hang on. What are you up to? They found an old cardboard box. Play with your toys. Oh, I can get my coffee. Oh, hang on. We are not prepared today. Oh, here we go. Now we're cooking. 12.1 launches August 12th for the EU. Season starts August 19th. That sounds about right. Yep, that sounds about right. Yeah, it's not that far away now, is it? Goes to show what pressure does to a football match. Oh, absolutely. No, well, A, it goes to show what pressure does to a football match, and B, it also goes to show what mindset has an effect. Like, I know it's a strategy, and I know it's a tactic, but Argentina's desire to try and cheat their way to victory is just so not honourable in any way, shape, or form. Now, it's a tactic. You know, you can make the game scrappy, you can foul a bunch, but, like, it doesn't have to make a shit game of football. It doesn't have to make a terrible game of football. More so than anything else, it's really disappointing to see, like, we went out to that team. Like, England went out to that scrappy team of players that were just more than willing to cheat their way to victory. It's just, you know, it's not good for the game. I mean, then you had the England-France game, which was just like, why in the world is England going 4-0 up against France in the first half of a game of football? That's actually bananas. It doesn't make any sense. Well, I mean, it probably helped the fact that France forgot to put their defenders on the pitch. But, like, what a silly game. What a silly game. But from an entertainment perspective, 100 times better than last night's shit show. 100 times better. But we do not need to talk or think about football for 2 years now. And I'm actually quite glad of it, to be honest. Just did the om nom nom thing and was left wondering why the F they dragged that out over 5 weeks. I don't even know what the om nom nom thing. I have no idea what you're referring to. They've time gated so much stuff in this patch that I've missed most of it because I haven't had consistent playtime. Yeah, I still got the last two to unlock. Still got the last two to unlock, whatever that actually entails. But yeah, the first few ranks of it felt very underwhelming. But the Premier League, surely we need to discuss that. I've never really, well, never is probably not true. I mean, I've never really had huge care for club football. I've lost friends to club football in terms of the fact that they get, you know, they get to a point where you just basically, people's weekends are just consumed by football 52 weeks a year. And it becomes very difficult to maintain any form of relationship with those people after a while. So yeah, the club football for me, I mean, if it's your jam, it's your jam. It's literally the globe's probably single most popular sport, but club football not so much for me. Yeah, I don't get into the hype. I mean, to be honest, I don't really officially have a team I support in club football. There is the concept and there's the logic that I was born just outside Liverpool, so if I was to support somebody, it would be them. They were doing all right for a while. They're shit sometimes. Like, I don't care. Like, I don't follow them either way. But yeah, club football not so much for me. But I get unnecessarily obsessed when the Euros or the World Cup turns up, though. That's for sure. I do get swept up in the hype of the on the world stage. Absolutely. We can keep dreaming. We'll see England win a World Cup in our lifetime. The Euros in 2028 are going to be an interesting one. I think that's where, if we're going to do something, we're going to do it there. We're going to do something, we're going to do it there, because the home advantage is powerful. Joint hold. Alma, what are you doing in the box now? I have a recycle. You can't see it, it's at a shop, but by the door I have a recycling box, because in this country you have to recycle everything. I have a recycling box, and I emptied it the other day because it had too much cardboard in, and she's actually standing in it. What a donut. Out of it now. Hey, no, that's my shoe. You've been a rascal today. I've taken your brother. I've split you up from your brother, and now she's been a rascal. Oh dear. I miss being alive for when we won the World Cup by about 9 months. Oh, so close. So close. So close, but so far. I unfortunately was, I was not a member then either. I had not dinged. I had not had my first ding at that point. Right, what am I doing in the game? Genuinely, what am I doing? Should we finish this thing? Should we get this thing properly unlocked? We've got a couple more quests, or at least we should get the quests to do it, right? I love how they've put a portal here to take you there now. It's this thing, right? Recover a pure magical prime essence from any final dungeon or delve boss. Oh, okay. Can we just go bang out a delve? The dark way, that'll do. Just wang out a delve real quick. Get it done, yo. Get it done. Takuma, how we doing? Welcome in. Good morning to you. You need to kill one of the world bosses in the new mini-zone, Val or Najtal, for the last point, and kill the boss in the dungeon for the fourth. Thank you, I appreciate that. So, I might have killed the world boss this week. I did log on for an hour Saturday, I want to say, just to get this thing, to make sure that I did the quest line in Najtal this week. Oh, she's lost her ball now. Hang on, please hold. Distractions from every angle. Yes, Alma, I'll get you. Yeah, I wanted, but because these zones are sort of weirdly, you can only do one each week, there comes a point where I'm like, well, I gotta catch this stuff this week. So I jumped on a couple of days ago to make sure I got the sort of the mini meta for Najtal done. We still will have a trip around the stars next week and the Frosty Dominar politics next week. We can, in theory, get this now, and I can't complete this one until Val turns up. And this quest, this achievement is basically never going to happen. This is never going to happen, because I'm not going to do Void Strikes basically ever again, am I? Let's be real. Don't forget to loot the boss in the Delve, because it's a quest item. Oh, okay, yeah, that's good ball knowledge, that is, because I would have completely forgotten about that. Oh my god, coffer keys. All the coffer keys. Right, you. What are you? You DPS mode these days? Yeah, you're DPS mode.
One moment.
Do I have a treasure map? Do I have a treasure map? Not that it makes any difference whatsoever. I do not have a map. I do not have a map. I don't care. Like, we're not here for gear. We're here just to bang the quest out. Let's get it done. Right, click you, and then just start killing things. Start killing stuff. What people up? I've noticed, you know, I've noticed on the old friends lists on various platforms that there seems to be a lot of people playing other stuff at the moment, and I entirely 100% don't blame you. This is an absolute perfect opportunity to go play some other things. I've seen a whole bunch of people playing a whole bunch of different stuff at the moment. I know Palworld's popped off. Palworld's had its 1.0 launch, hasn't it? And that's gone a bit cray-cray. Which I kind of wish I'd planned a little bit better, because I wouldn't have minded. We played Palworld when it came out, like when it originally came out, and it was a blast, to be honest. It hooked me for a good 50 hours. Palworld was kind of fun. I entirely wouldn't object to another go with Palworld, and honestly now's the best time to do it, I would say, if we were going to do it. But I'll let you into a little secret. While I haven't particularly had all that much time to sit down and play video games, my video game of choice of the last probably week has actually been GTA. I've been playing Grand Theft Auto again. I was threatening this not so long ago. This is the year of GTA, isn't it? Like, let's be real. GTA 6 coming out later this year. I've been playing GTA 5 again. Not so much the single player, but the online mode. I mean, yeah, of course, the online mode of GTA 5 is like 12 years, you know, there's, in theory, 12 years of content. It's a little bit like starting World of Warcraft brand new, that there is so much you can do that it's a bit overwhelming with how much stuff you can do. But, if anything, if you've not ever played the online side of GTA, if like me, you just did the single player side of GTA and didn't like the idea of the GTA RP, and so never jumped on that bandwagon, and didn't really play GTA Online, now is as good a time as any to play it, because there's 12 years of content there. And I've secretly been having a bit of a blast playing that, to be honest. Got myself a controller so I can use it on the PC, playing Crash Bandicoot, yes! Spyro, before Season 2 starts. Oh, some, like, old school PlayStation gaming. I like. Yeah, I need to set up my PlayStation for when to get prepared for GTA 6. I was going to play GTA 5 online on the PS5, but because it's already on my PC installed, I was like, I'll just play it on the PC. But I've been having quite a bit of fun with that, to be honest. the gameplay loop in GTA Online is very clear. Like, if you cut, the funny thing is, right, is it creates a sense of perspective. We have played, and I'm going to use the collective we in this one. Feel free to tell me otherwise. But we've played World of Warcraft for years and years and years at this point. So much so that we kind of take for granted the level of depth and complexity that is actually in this game. When you go and play other games out there, like GTA Online, you're like, oh, I've figured this out in about 4 seconds, right? The gameplay loop is so surface level that you very quickly realise that, wow, yeah, you know, actually, WoW does have some depth, even though we're pretty critical of it at the best of times. The best team in the World Cup won the World Cup. Not expecting anybody in the Barcelona studio to show up to work tomorrow. Congratulations. A tweet from Sven Vinke, the head of Larian Studios, makers of Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, I would definitely agree with him. The best team in the competition did win. No doubt there. No doubt in my mind. Were they a perfect team this year? Absolutely not. But that just goes to show just how good they actually are. That even when they're not perfect, they can still win the World Cup. Like, they were perfect from the point of consistency as well. I mean, yeah. There's a bit of local bias because obviously, being a big England fan, I still think we have all of the assets to be able to win it. Like, we just, you know, we don't have that end game experience. We don't have those championship round experience, or positive championship round experience, should I say. I'm not saying we haven't been in quarterfinals or semi-finals or even finals, because we have, but what we don't have is the experience of being in those situations and crossing the finish line, whereas Spain have now got that in absolute abundance, which makes them all the more interesting to watch. I'm doing an absolute shit job of, like, whatever the hell I'm meant to be doing here. Like, I'm just where the hell are we meant to be going? I'm just killing stuff, but I've never liked the dark way. Why did I choose to do this one? I chose to do it because it was close. Turns out that was a bad move.
Time to sleep.
I'm still of the opinion, though, that the true final was the England-France game. That was the people's final. Unless you're Spanish, obviously. But, like, the people's final, England-France. Football final was, yes, Argentina, Spain. Massive congratulations to Spain. Zero commiserations to Argentina. I'm sorry, you just tried to cheat your way to victory. You know, you're no kudos from me. And this isn't just because they knocked us out. They were just disgusting. But we try not to get too political on the stream. And politics shouldn't be part of football in any way, shape or form, in my opinion, but football in and of itself, when it is a global sport, does get marginally political. Some good success stories from the World Cup, though. Got to be said. Definitely some good success stories. Really nice to see some teams get the opportunity to showcase what they can do. Really good to see some teams get some limelight. Some players really got to show, you know, show what they're made of on the world stage. It was good. Results aside, I think it was overall it was a positive event for sure. Jesus, Valera just absolutely slaps. Halftime show was not very good for me. Tom Cruise's speech was cringe. I'm with Wayne Rooney on that one. I thought it was crap. Like when you look at like opening ceremonies of the Olympics and stuff like this, and what other countries have done for stuff like, it was just America doing America things, right? It was the ultimate name drop. It was the ultimate name drop. It was like, look who we spent money on. Look who we spent all of your expensive ticket money on. We gave it to all a bunch of has-been celebrities to do a sing-song. Fucking speed. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I didn't even watch the halftime show because I was like, what? 30 minutes? Oh, wow. I'll go say hello to the wife then. She didn't watch the final. Yeah, halftime shows and hydration breaks and, you know, VAR being VAR. Definitely, there's no doubt in my mind that USA put a USA twist on this tournament for sure.
I'll take care of them.
The reduction of midnight lumber for crafting decor and the timing of the housing blueprints don't feel like a coincidence. I'm stacking up on lumber just in case. Don't know how the market will react to this change. Prices could drop because less lumber is needed. On the other hand, the demand could also increase, so I don't know what will happen. My take on this sort of stuff 99 times out of 100 is that, well, put it this way, standard market practices is that it is 10 times easier for a price to go down than it is to go up. I don't think that because of that, it will mean that prices of decor will go up due to demand. Even if the demand does rise, I equally do not feel that the price will go up. Prices going up after they've already gone down is significantly less likely of an occurrence. So, what I would say is there'll probably be, yes, a lot more interest in the markets, but I don't think the prices will be any spicier. And same rules apply as far as I'm concerned. The drop on the reduced amount of lumber needed per craft honestly only goes as far to benefit the people actually farming the lumber, I think. I don't think the prices of stuff will drop even further because of it. It might do by a bit, but not by any significant amount, I don't think. That's my take anyway. VAR's fine, but the water break did ruin the flow of the game. Yeah, the momentum was often just completely knocked out of things, wasn't it? There's the argument that it's the same for both teams, but there are some teams that historically are more momentum-based teams. You know, that's part of their strategy, part of like their build, so to say. And yeah, there's definitely an argument to say that some teams are more affected by the hydration break than others. I'll be interested to see if it's a like in the Euros in 2 years' time. I'll be interested to see if they keep up that shenanigans.
This is for you.
But annoying as it is to say, it's a money thing just as much as it is anything else, isn't it? I mean, nobody out there was oblivious to the fact that the hydration break was a very convenient ad break. You know, doesn't take a genius to figure that one out, does it? Oh, for the good of the players. Meh, my ass. Follow the money. But, you know, for the Euros, for the Euros, is the justification for the, you know, if you're playing in 35-degree heats, there's at least the justification for a hydration break, even though we all kind of can see through that veil pretty easily. Well, I killed the boss. Why didn't I get the quest thing? Why didn't I get a pure magical prime essence? Ah, don't tell me it's a percentage drop chance. Is it in the chest? Ah, no, that's not it. Prime essence, that's the one. That's the one I need, isn't it? Okay, phew. Right, we're fine. We're good. No panic. Oh, bonus well. No panic.
I've not seen
Saying.
Thusday for eons.
So remember the opening show for the Summer Olympics back in 2012? One of the best and funniest opening shows I've ever seen. Oh, my memory is absolutely dog shit on stuff like this. I'd struggle to remember that the Olympics was in London 2012. Never mind what the show was. There's some thoughts on the topic. I'll keep stocking lumber just in case. Yeah, I mean, lumber is one of those things, isn't it? That the chore of making any gold or any decor is the farming of the lumber. If you can front load that chore to a period of time where you're like, you're just chilling, like it's not a big deal to you. Then, when everybody else is like, oh, I've got so much I want to be doing right now that I don't want to do these chores, then you can go, would you like my lumber? And everybody wins, you know? Oh, yeah, the Queen talking to James Bond. Yeah, I do remember, I vaguely remember this. I do vaguely remember this now, yeah. Yes, it's coming back to me. Can we take the portal to go hand this in?
We embrace
So this
power.
is chapter 4.
Come with an
Chapter
open mind.
5. By killing the world boss. Now that's annoying because I think I've done that. Can I just go kill the world boss again?
Whispers.
We just go slap him about a bit again? Maybe possibly, maybe possibilies. I guess there's only one way to find out, isn't there? 52.3 thousand historical total lumber, 13,000 in stock. I mean, that's wild. I mean, do the maths on that. That means you've sold like 40,000 lumber worth of decor. Or you've got 40,000 lumber worth of decor pre-crafted, like 50, you know, same difference. That's that by itself is bananas. I would go as far as to say you've probably made a fair amount of gold off that. Which one of these do I care about? I care about the one that gives me the most stats, which is, I mean, mastery is probably my win. But am I... Maybe we just go mastery? Where am I going? It's this new zone. Oh, let's go turn that in real quick before I forget as well. Couple of gold caps since housing started. I mean, yeah, I mean that's like live easy for the rest of your days kind of gold, let's not forget.
Ah, I could use your expertise.
What do we work it out as? Like what did we say a year of game time is? Even at extreme prices of 400,000 gold a token. 5 million for a year of game time, even if you buy it when it's expensive. So a single gold cap is 2 years of game time. Worst case scenario. You can basically play the game for free for a couple of years off the back of, you know, and Decor's been out what, like 6 months. So it's, yeah, you're absolutely chilling. What I got something in the vault that I haven't picked out. Oh my god. Hang on. Talking of chores. No, but yeah, blueprints is going to be the thing, isn't it? Blueprints is going to be what will do it. Soon as people can, like, actually... Because housing's had the frustration for a lot of people that it's a one-and-done situation. Or it's not technically a one-and-done, but it's as close to a one-and-done, because after you've done it, the last thing you want to do is rip it all down and start again. Like, you're going to have serious reasons to want to do that. Where it will really take off, though, is where people get the ability to be creative with it. I kind of wish they would make, like, just... And Blueprints kind of gives this option. It kind of gives people the ability to have almost a sandbox mode, because you can create something and then you can go, right, I like that room, save, and then delete it, start again. That's when I think it will really pop off. It needs that sort of sandbox ability for people to play with it. Now, whether that will translate to people choosing to buy all of the crafted decor, then who knows, because the crafted decor is still remarkably expensive relative to most other bits of decor, but, you know. When it comes to cosmetics, I've learned over the years that people don't care, like, because it's also monopoly money in a video game to lots of people. But, oh, if it's 50,000 gold or 10,000 gold, who cares? I got the quote-unquote wrong type for the first room and then had to delete everything to change it. Yeah, this is it. It's those quality of life things. It's those little sort of like pestering things that...
will not forget
I have a quest I haven't done.
Our enemies lack our conviction.
Interesting. Yeah, there's those weird little oddities with housing still that basically prevents replayability. In an MMO, replayability has to be a really strong option. It's why the chat of, you know, alt friendliness over the years has always been so strong, because replayability needs to be good in an MMO. Housing doesn't really have replayability, but Blueprints will add that functionality, or at least push in the direction of having that strong replayability.
Blade and spear,
So it'll
ready to serve the light.
it could be good.
The Legion will stop at nothing.
My little NA adventure into decor has been a fun one, an interesting one. It hasn't really been a lucrative one as of yet, but I never expected it to really be. My expectations were that I wanted to use
I am listening. Have you
I
any
wanted to
news?
use my NA account as a way to, you know, decor as a way to basically get some gold on that account, or some system in place that can produce some gold without actually having midnight and that sort of stuff, which is done. It's done quite nicely. Why did I not finish that quest line either? Need to do my soiree for the week as well. Hang on, we are dealing with some serious squirrels here. Why was I going to... Oh, yeah. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Let's go back to... I wanted to kill the world boss for the last stage of the folio doodah. Ian hinted archaeology might be coming back in the last Titan. Give me a massive long boy skeleton. Make this a collector thing, right? I'm gonna put it out there right now. Right? Archaeology will make a comeback in the last Titan, and you will be able to dig up dinosaur bones, and you will have to collect all of the dinosaur bones across many different continents and many different dig sites to build yourself a skeleton of a long boy for your player housing. Calling it now. Long boy skeleton via archaeology. I say scour the world, do archaeology. Yes, please. Calling it now. Blizzard, if you would like that, I will take my royalties. Let's take... There isn't a convenient portal over here, is there really? Oh, well, the rare's just spawned. Let's kill the rare as well. Do we need this rare for something? Yes. Mount Theus. That could be funny. Yeah, skeleton longboy. You have to collect all of the different bones of a skeleton longboy via archaeology. And once you've collected all of the bones, make it Vial of the Sands level annoying. I don't want to do this world quest. Make it Vial of the Sands level annoying. Like, you have to farm something to get a dinosaur bone box, and then you open the dinosaur bone box and it has the chance to have a Brutosaur bone in it. And once you've collected 20 different dinosaur Bruto bones, you put them all together and you build a massive, great big longboy monument to all the longboys of the past. Each bone has a low drop rate, can get duplicates. Yes, and make them tradable. And I mean, they need to be like, they need to be Lamented Crusader level annoying to get. Have no sell value, need to delete manually? Oh, you want to go that way, do you? That's another way to do it, I suppose. Oh wait, that wasn't even the rare. It's not even here yet. Build a museum? That would be cool. That would be cool. Good ideas on a Monday morning. I know, pre-coffee and all. Jesus. Maybe I should, stream less and have more good ideas. Make one bone the ace bone? You mean just like super duper mega hard? The bone. But we'll see. We'll see what they do. It's in Blizzard's hands now. But this is the thing, right? This is how they can, in theory, link. They can link decor into basically anything they do from this point on. And I think they should. And they will. And it's this mentality to why I think that farming lumber and crafting decor as a market ain't going nowhere anytime soon. Not going anywhere anytime soon. Due to the fact that decor is and housing is now Blizzard's new baby, and they are absolutely going to milk it for everything it's worth. Okay, well, at least we got an appearance from that. Why was I even here? World boss. Let's attempt the world boss. See if we can. I have already killed it this week, but I'm assuming I can kill it again.
Or protection. Let's see how well protected they are, shall we?
I have a bone to pick with you could be the name of the achievement. Yeah, something bony pun style. Could be good. Now the problem I have is I've already killed it this week, which means I don't get the automatic quest. Therefore, I might need to do some hoppity hop manually to try and find a group. Pre-made groups, where is it? Where's the one that automatically... Oh, I mean, you know it's dead game, don't you? When there's about 4 groups on the go. There we go. Recover a fragment of alien void or arcane magic. There we go. I would like it if we have a way to force the rare archaeology project from older expansions to appear as our current archaeology project. Maybe we could buy these projects for restored artifact boxes. More boxes needed for higher value rewards. That's another way to get rid of restored artifacts. I think there's... I think there's so much that they could have done with archaeology back in the day. Their choice to make it just a filthy, filthy grind fest of RNG was an odd one. And I think probably led to archaeology's downfall. The thing is if they are to bring archaeology back in any way, shape or form, I'd want them to do something modern with it. I wouldn't want them to just reinvent what we already had, because there was, I tend to think there was a good reason why they stopped updating, because it was, you know, just a boring grind fest by that point. So they need to do something cool with it. Realised I had pet on taunt. That's probably not the best idea when we're fighting the world boss. Came out in Kata. It was the theme of the time. It just didn't age well. Yeah, I mean, they dragged it out and out and out for ages, didn't they? But like I said, when they ran out of ideas what to do with it and just made it RNG on top of RNG, quite rightly, most people were like, yeah, I don't care about this anymore. Do people switch to the unstable conduit? If people figured out that this thing hurts? There's definitely Resto Druid or something knocking about here. Some heals popping out. Even though I'm not in a group. But yeah, for its day, archaeology was cool. Frustratingly, there's still huge amounts of collectibles from archaeology that I just never got, because I was never about that grind with archaeology ever. To this day, right? To this day, I actually haven't maxed it at 950. I just never bothered. It's probably been a decade since I last touched archaeology. Nearly. Shit, when did BFA come out? 8 years ago, something like that now? It's crazy to think that BFA is like 8 years old.
Adjutant, deal with this rabble.
2018 was BFA?
Let us test our new weapon. You will die by my blade. We cannot be defeated.
Aha, that's what I need, right? Nice. Oh yeah, I agree. They absolutely better make it warbound. I'm of the opinion that anytime they don't make anything warbound these days, they're just being dicks about it, because everything should be warbound these days. There's no excuse for it not being, really.
The Azerothian I've been looking for.
Why can't I talk to you properly?
Well, if it isn't my favorite little monster.
Okay. I need absolute metric ton of field accolades. The game claims I need 11,000 field accolades still. Oh, gold. Oh, gold. Do you think I've got enough Jewel Crafter's Moxie, by the way? Why are you giving me a quest? Oh, you're giving me a quest to continue to kill things out here. I forgot.
What have you seen?
Does anybody else have this issue at the moment? It's clearly one of my add-ons that's doing it. But I'll talk to an NPC and then, like, the interactivity just doesn't work with it. It's clearly one of my add-ons, but I don't know which one's doing it. Annoying me, though. Can we go back and hand this in now? Are we... We should be good now to... Get the rank 5 of the Om Nom Noms. Dialogue UI, I'm going to make a guess. Could be. I should, well, maybe let's do the sensible thing and just make sure I've updated my add-ons before I complain too much about add-ons. That would be the smart move, eh? Sometimes I have that with items. I click and nothing happens until I reload. Yeah, some weird things going on at the moment, but I'm hoping I just update my add-ons and they go away. Let's see. Huge amount of updates anyway. Oh, wait. Complete world quests on the... Oh, fuck off. Okay, I didn't see that. Whoops. Didn't spot that one. Back we go. Turn this off for now. It's distracting me. Need to remember to turn Zygo off when I'm not actually proactively following it, because otherwise my brain thinks I should be. That issue with the weekly quests since Dragonflight. I'm pretty sure it's an add-on causing chaos, but I don't know which one it is. It's amazing how often bugs in the game disappear if you just turn off all add-ons. Actually, thinking about this, is there any reason I need to be in Heroic? At all? There's none whatsoever. Absolutely no reason I need to be in Heroic whatsoever. There's any rare kills, it's just transmog, it doesn't matter. I mean, you get more currency, sure, but these zones are cancerous in Heroic. Yeah, I'm just going to turn off Heroic mode. Realistically, I only need to be here for one world quest and I can go away, but there's also part of me that from the perspective of completion would want to ATT these zones a little bit harder, but there's also an air of reluctance to doing that. In the normal mode, rares are just like chilling. Interesting. Oh yeah, I should put pet on, do pet things mode again, shouldn't I?
These mushroom spores have been modified with an accelerated growth rate.
That's the one in the
Unleash
cave,
chaos
isn't it?
on these loggers.
I think that's this one down here. So the next patch, everything is going to be green. In the current patch, everything is purple. I don't know which one is better. There's, oh yeah, this is absolutely how you farm the cosmetics. Yeah, there's always a colour scheme, isn't there, to most of the patches? Definite colour scheme to the patches, that's for sure. Well, I kind of need to spend a bit of time on the PTR and have another look. It's been a fair few weeks now since I've looked at the PTR to see if anything is substantially different. I mean, I'm not holding my breath for any of it being different whatsoever. But I did have a sense of underwhelming about the new zone from the PTR. A lot more so than what I had with, you know, something like the Undermine or whatever, that I thought was like interesting storyline, interesting quest lines, a few things to do. The downstairs coin farming business in the new zone is lacking purpose, at least. Last time I tested it, I'd be interested to see if they've made any changes or adjustments to that since. They've remade the Venom powers. Okay, yeah, they were... See, they've got the opportunity for some, like, cool synergy. Like, feels a little bit Benthic, Lottery, like, Najatar vibes to it. But still feels like they could definitely have done something more cool with those than they were. Might be worth having another look at those then. The thing is I'm finding so little... let me put it this way. I don't feel as if I have enough time to spend playing the retail version of the game to get everything done that I want to do in the game in the first place. At the moment, which is making it really difficult to like allot extra time to the PTR. The days where we spent humongous amounts of time on the PTR, min-maxing everything and finding everything out on the PTR, was when we'd already finished everything we wanted to do in the retail version, and we're just like literally twiddling our thumbs, killing time. Which unfortunately isn't a scenario I'm in right now. Which is weird, because I don't feel as if I have any less time to play the game. But at the same time, I definitely am spending less time playing the game. I don't know. And the game pace is just like so much faster. So much faster. You think about Shadowlands, for example. Shadowlands, I absolutely ripped apart the PTRs. Same in Dragonflight. Like, we spent huge amounts of time breaking down the PTRs every time they turned up. Weirdly, these days, there just doesn't seem to... The pace of the game is so much so that it doesn't feel like there's that downtime to go, alright, let's go look at the PTR now. Weirdly. Hope devs will change bind on pickup fused vitality currency bought from Abundance and the Anglers minigame vendors from be warbound during midnight patches. Dunno. It going warbound, sure. Like, I'm never in favour of something not being warbound. I just don't think fused vitality... I mean, heck, at this point, does it really matter? We're going to go into Season 2. Going into Season 2, there's going to be the expectation that if you want to be doing anything with your professions, you're going to need a full set of epic tools. It's just... It's a non-optional hurdle to have crossed now. It'll be a mandatory requirement to have any hope of making any profit with professions in Season 2. Will pretty much stem on you having a full set of epic tools. Which, knowing that that's going to be the case, I think I do actually kind of agree with you, yeah, that they should just make getting them something. They should still take time to get, But maybe, yeah, they should just make them grindable at this point. Because there's almost no real reason for them not to be anymore. Those who have had them for long enough to take full advantage of them. Now going into Season 2, you either have a full set of epic tools or you're going to be outpriced on... I'm referring to mass crafting here, obviously. But saying that, even flipping concentration is like starting to get so sweaty that people are looking at... People are getting epic tools on their concentration crafts just because they think it's going to offer them like a significant advantage. I mean, it's like a single-digit advantage, if that, but because, of course, proc rates aren't high enough and you don't craft enough with concentration for it to make that much of an effect. You know, you try to tell somebody that an advantage isn't an advantage. Like, a 0.5% increase is still an increase to some people, regardless of if it takes 4 hours to achieve it. Jenny, how we doing? Welcome in. Welcomes. I managed to catch me online for a while. I mean, that would probably be because I've not been online for a while. My streaming schedule is non-existent at the moment. I stream as and when I've got a bit of time to. Oh, where's the last mushroom? Last mushroom.
Well, at least you pulled that off.
Right, that should have that done. Now we should be able to go back to the Omnium Folio thing, hand that in properly. I think the ATT curse is pretty strong for me this expansion though. I've usually, and this is probably partly one of the reasons why I feel as if I'm never finishing anything I start in retail. ATT and collecting all the stuff is usually like a middle to late expansion adventure for me. The difference with this expansion though is now with both Dragonflight and the War Within out the way, I've come to realize that the end of the expansion gets really busy. You know, we've got alphas, betas, often we've now had like a remix type event or something of the equivalent towards the end of an expansion. Depending on what point in the year the end of the expansion also lands can be problematic. So I've kind of taken a slightly different approach with Midnight of just like, let's complete everything when it's the current content, because if I don't complete it when it's current, I might never complete it. The time and opportunity to go back and do something once it's passed is very limited. Damage and healing of the... Oh, just straight double damage. $10. Nothing's going to not die in 10 seconds, surely. Just do double damage, I don't care. Right, there's that little adventure done. Sleep's been all over the place, rarely waking up before 1 p.m. lately. That's that sounds like a gamer schedule right there. Sounds like a real gamer schedule. Okay. One thing I do need to do is my soiree stuff for the week. Mostly because there's a few recipes and stuff that's locked behind this rep. You know what I haven't done properly is even get my reputation up. Amani, we're at 20. Like, my reps are just, like, not very good this expansion for some reason. Like, the fact that these two are still slacking is kind of, like, real bad mojo.
Attention everyone, a cause for celebration. Our dear champion
I've just realised rares need to die on site until we've got the mounts from them. This needs to be just one of those things that if we are going to spend time out in the open world, if you see a rare, kill it. No options. Yo, that's a streak. Considering my schedule has been kind of crooked and all over the place, anybody that's been able to maintain a streak, massive thank you. That's when I know my schedule is all over the shop, I greatly appreciate those who are stopping by whenever we are live. Many thanks. Going on here? Oh, my inventory's full. Oh, Jesus. Oh, gold. Don't look at the bags.
Step closer and
Don't look at the bags.
Not everything in the ocean is as good looking.
Is there a trick with these guys to keep the... Is there a trick with these fellas to be able to get, like, them all leveled up at the same time?
Make yourself comfortable.
I don't know. Why can't they just use, like, regular reputation numbers as well? There's an achievement for saying hello to all of them at the same time, or reach maximum reputation with each of the Silvermoon Court factions in Eversong Woods. Apparently, I've got Blood Knights to max. Is Socialite as high as it goes then? I need to get Fast Riders, Magisters, Shades of the Row all up. Invite all 4 factions. Oh, well, let's just do Shades of the Row, because apparently I haven't done that one yet. You can max them all out eventually. I was thinking that's probably how you do it, but you kind of got to inch them all up, I guess. Once a bar is filled, it doesn't go back down. Oh, really? Okay. Illuminary's the highest. So these aren't quite the highest yet. Alright, well, I'm going to take Shades of the Row, just because that's part of a... We'll do that.
Glory to the Sindori. Anu Balor Delana.
There we go. So we've at least got that sorted. Yeah, look, there's some of the basic treasure fight, like Voidstorm and Harrendar are 2 zones I've just basically not got round to like spending any time in yet. Which is probably why I've also not got them leveled up anywhere near as far. So can we see here? Oh, 3 of 6 with the blood. How's that classed as max then? How's 3 of 6 classed as max? How's that work? Oh, Blood Knights is bugged. Everybody has that one. Oh, okay. Oh, well, that would make sense then. 3 of 6, 2 of 6, 4 of 6, 1 of 6. Okay, so I just need to... Is the play to just try and level them all up equally? Should I just be spamming Shades of the Row with my coins this week? Because... Just because. Oh, no, wait, hang on. Who are you? You're Blood Knights. There's only 3 fellas. Oh, you back here. There you are. You're hiding, look. Take the one with the coin, then use the 4 weekly quests on the lowest reputation. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just to, like, inch them all up from the bottom.
Baladash Malanore. Sinua Manore. Glory to the Sindorai.
Have a token.
Shurelaran. What needs bring you here? We shall
Give
not
me a
falter.
quest. Have another token. Because you're like miles behind.
Anubalore Dalana. Aldiel Shalah.
Have another token.
May the eternal sun guide you. We endure. With
Any more for any more?
strength.
No. Right. Now we just bang out all of those. Right. Clean the joint real fast. Pick an arrow. Yoink. Click the lantern. Serve a drink or something up here. Grab the drink. Give it to you.
Glory to the Sindorai.
Some wine. What else are we doing? Click this thing.
Baladash Malinore.
Oh, you're thirsty too.
May the eternal sun guide you.
I don't know where your beverage is. I can see. Like the stupid book that tries to run away. Gotcha. Boom. The one that offers minus 25 on 2 of them, then you use the 1 coin on each, so it's net 0. Oh, yeah, that starts to make sense. Pick the one with the enchanting patterns, did it irrespective, then the one with inscription, maxed out now on my main account on all 4. Yeah, I'm slacking. I'm just hard slacking. I mean, that we will get there, obviously, but I was just wondering if there's any sort of method to the madness. Because it's one of those things that there's clearly some, probably not so much a wrong way to do it, but there's probably a right way to do it. I ain't got the brain capacity to figure that out today. But yeah, the fact that there's some The fact that there's some recipes for some professions locked behind the factions is numero uno reason for why I want to get it done. See if we can get there without too many squirrels.
Anu Belore Delana. Baladash. Malanore.
Baladash.
Anu bala balore alan. Sinu amanore. Anu balore delana.
But yeah, I mentioned this earlier. Like, it takes playing other games and going elsewhere in the gaming world to realize the level of depth to World of Warcraft, and probably why World of Warcraft has been so successful for so long. Because even though to veteran players, like a lot of us, we're like, oh, we've seen this before, this is just the same as something else. Like, there is at least significant more variety in this than there is most of the game. Like, playing GTA Online recently, there's over a decade's worth of content, and for the most part, it's all the same, right? For the most part, it's drive somewhere, shoot somebody, drive back without dying. That's the gameplay loop of nearly every single quest in GTA. Now, obviously, it's polished and put in a slightly different box with a slightly different storyline each and every time. But, you know, it boils down to that exact same routine just consistently. The thing that gets me about GTA Online, though, and the reason why I've been having a lot of fun with it, is it's a journey, right? The journey of grinding that money, grinding that dollar, being that business mogul, that business titan, is what is enjoyable at the moment with GTA Online. I never have any money, because every time I get enough, I buy into a new business and unlock some other variation of that same gameplay loop, to be fair, but with different payouts and different rewards, and I don't know, it's weirdly addictive all the same.
Glory to the Sindari. What needs bring
We
you
can
here?
turn you in. See, look, it's doing it
Sunwell's
again.
glory shine on you with
I talked to an
perseverance,
NPC and
strength.
for some reason it just
Baladash
doesn't.
Malanore. Glory to the Sindori. Baladash Malanore. Anubalore Delana. We endure. Aldiel Shalah.
Oh, we need to defend the runestone as well. There's an achievement for tapping all of the runestones as well. I think I've hit like 3 of 5 of them or something. Devs have hotfixed treasures in Zulaman, so it doesn't require to grind the 1,000 feathers for the treasure. The Mount treasure was included in the Treasures of Zulaman achievement at the launch of the expansion, so light up the night meta achievement for the base zone of midnight is easier to obtain. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's the... Are you talking about the these things? Oh no, where did you say Zulaman? There's the... No, not those. These things? No. Where are they? These things, Violescence. Is this what we're talking about? Yeah, the Hexavolve Feather Eagle. Oh, was the abandoned ritual skull part of the achievement? Was it? Ew, gross. I'd not even looked at that. But yeah, grinding out 1,000 of those would have been real great. I mean, we'll do it at some point. That's an end of an expansion thing because you'll just one-shot all the mobs by that point. But yeah, I saw that and I was like, yeah, not yet. Not today. Not today.
Sinu Amanore.
Oh, that's good that they've made that a bit easier then.
Sunwell's glory shine on you.
Yoink. Right, defend a runestone. What's dead drop? Oh, is that what these are called? Okay. That's what this week's treasure's called. Dead drops. Where's the runestone? One up there. Is that on? How do you know which one's on? Oh, that one. Runestone defended. Do these have any sort of set rotation to them, these runestones? Because there is an achievement for defending all of them. And I've definitely done some of them, but... Mr. Stoney, how we doing? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Good morning to you. Beautiful. Oh, Jesus, all that was only 10%. We could be here a while. See what you meant to do this in a group. Does this count? Because it's not... Oh, I guess it does. %. It's going down fast. There's a couple of other people here, I think, now. One thing I would say about this season so far, at least, is that this is the season where I have obtained better gear than I almost ever have in any season. Yet I still don't feel as if I've had any option to, like, flex my muscles. Does that make sense? Like, I'm at 283 item level, which, like I said, is not record breaking, but for me, it's much higher than I usually achieve. Yeah, and I think this is because of the heroic mode in the 2 endgame zones. I still don't feel as if I get to just dumpster on anything. Whereas, there was always that sort of thought process of, like, if you run around in mythic gear, you should just be deleting everything in sight. And I haven't quite felt as if I got there yet. How do you get the list in the top left? It's just ATT. If you do ATT/ATT mini list, it will give you a custom list for the zone that you're currently in. Any predictions for BlizzCon? I think they'll tell us something more about Classic Plus or something in that genre. I don't think retail's will get much of anything announcement wise. Obviously, by the time we have BlizzCon, Season 2 will be well underway. So there's the opportunity for them to drop a big Season 3 teaser or something.
Poison serves no purpose beyond destruction.
Yeah, not sure really. Not sure. I would imagine it's going to be more classic based news. I mean, it's got to be really, doesn't it? A remix announcement would be cool. At least, telling us what the expansion is, maybe.
What needs bring you here?
Or do we already know that? Do we already know that? Got to be Shadowlands, right? I hope BFA remix. Or maybe we don't know yet.
With perseverance, strength. May the eternal sun guide you.
Okay, that's now up to guest level, whatever that means. Is that 2 of 6? Yeah. 2 of 6, 4 of 6, 2 of 6, 3 of 6. Okay. But that's the soiree for the week. Rumors of a StarCraft 3 Classic Plus. Can't imagine much of the next expansion. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get. Any Last Titan news. I don't think. It's difficult because they told us what our next 3 expansions are. And, that was always a big BlizzCon thing. Are they going to announce the new expansion? But we kind of already know what, once you know the name and you know the rough outline of what's happening, it's like, I guess things like BlizzCon are more interesting if you're, heavy into the lore. Because a teaser trailer will come along with, probably more questions than answers. But, it teases the lore, doesn't it? I couldn't care less about the lore in this game, honestly. I've found it so difficult to keep up with the storylines in this game over the years as it is. But I think if you're a bit of a lore nerd, then BlizzCon is a better event for you. I'm more want to grab hold of the tangibles, Problem is, there's no real major active Blizz IPs. They could, they could do with something new, couldn't they? They could do with something new. StarCraft 3. Doesn't StarCraft 3 feel a little bit sort of, I don't know, it kind of, I don't know. I think there's a good reason why StarCraft 2, that genre of gaming just isn't the meta anymore, is it? StarCraft 2 did well for having its competitive scene for a long time, but I just don't think that type of game really has mass appeal anymore. It was a good format of game before technology allowed us to have higher fidelity, open world, live service kind of games. And now the cash cows are more revolved around that than top-down, tabletop-esque strategy RTS games. I think. I mean, it would be cool. It would be cool. I think Blizzard does need a new IP of some sort. I mean, Overwatch, let's not forget, was a bit of an asset flip of what was Titan, which was meant to be an alternative futuristic MMO for Blizzard that got scrapped after 10 years of development or something, and we gained Overwatch. They couldn't even put together the Overwatch campaign mode, could they? They scrapped that. I don't know where Blizzard would go. The problem is they're so big now. They're like a big ship that moves really slowly. They try and jump on a trend 5 years after that trend has already happened. You know, instead of Blizzard getting deep into the battle royale genre, they made Plunderstorm. You know, they're often late to the party these days. Maybe knowing Blizzard, we'll get we'll get Blizzard Flappy Bird edition, or what like, I don't know. World of Warcraft Among Us in space. They'll jump on a trend if they do if they announce a new IP. They'll try and jump on a trend that's already 5 years dated. They're not going to be. It's too risky for them these days to try anything new. As far as shooters are concerned, I don't think Blizzard really gets into that genre all that much. I think Call of Duty, I know that's Activision, but like Call of Duty sort of that avenue is via COD, isn't it really? And yeah, they an equivalent to Des. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what would work these days. I don't know what would work. Right, have I got anything I want to do profession-wise on this? I mean, I need to go run a couple of... there's part of me that wants to go run a couple of rituals just to... I want to run a couple of rituals just to give myself a chance of that stupid leatherworking recipe. Though, there's part of me that might bite the bullet at some point and just buy it. Is there any recipes that I'm missing that can't just be bought now? Can I throw money at my problem now to make it go away? Not that that is my plan, but am I at that point where the problem goes away if I throw money at it? I would need to chase anything that requires the chase. Oh, some alerts are going off. Sif with the raid. Welcome in, my man. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for bringing yourself and your crew. I appreciate that. Hope you had a good morning. For reference, we're having a real squirrel session today. Trying to tie it into professions and goal making in some way, shape or form, but we're just chasing squirrels. But thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. One, two, three, four. Final recipes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Money makes this problem go away. Is Immortal even still running? I would suspect Diablo Immortal is probably still making them a lot of money. Those mobile games tend to... I mean, those games are basically funded by a very small handful of whales in the first place. And those games will often appear to be completely irrelevant in the main scene of things, yet still be disgustingly profitable. Just off the back of a handful of people that will just cash cow themselves to victory. Try and cash cow themselves to victory. Mold a new paladin. Going to level without flying. Ground mounts to 90. That's an interesting way to do it. Yeah, that's definitely more chill for sure. I think can you even, are you even able to do that these days? A lot of the zones are, especially when you get to Harandar, that zone kind of, that's going to be an interesting one if you're choosing not to fly. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay, so we're in the same boat. Both jewel crafting and leatherworking. There's no recipes I actually need to do anything to chase after. They're just recipes that can, in theory, just be bought. Now, the argument is, do you do the thing that has the chance to drop the recipe, or do you just make the gold in the most efficient way to make the gold and then spend the gold on buying the thing you need? So what am I looking at here? I'm looking at 200. This thing is stupid expensive, but there's ways to get this a bit cheaper. 200, 300. There's a token's worth of gold in jewel crafting recipes. And it looks like we're about 250 to 300,000 gold. So there's a couple of tokens worth of gold to buy the remaining recipes we need. The alternative is we just try and do the thing to farm them to get the recipes. Snipe them from different servers. Yeah, I mean, that'll shave off 20-30% the price. This is like unnecessarily expensive right now. For example, this can be picked up for about 60k, 95k. That's cheaper than average. 95k. Wait. Why is the regional sale average exactly the same on those two items? Exactly 95,000 gold. That's sus. 9,500 gold. Has TSM got some boo-boo data again? Those numbers are too similar for my liking. Wait till the patch drops. Might be more from the bag openings. Well, a lot of these are, believe it or not, delve. Yeah, delve recipes. The funny thing for me is, right, I've done flipping loads of delves this season. Like, way more delves than I would have ever imagined I would have done this season. And I don't think I've seen a single recipe drop from a delve this expansion. Like, they really have made these 1% recipes from the delves. They really have. But I'm kind of mostly content then that means leatherworking and jewel crafting is like there's no proactive anything that I have to go out and do to get the rest of the recipes. They're ones I can just buy when I want them, which is fine. What we need to then look at is, are we prepped for 12-1? We got fishing done the other day, didn't we? Fishing is 300 out of 300. Not only is it 300 out of 300, we have our big epic rod with the Grand Lion enchant on it as well, ready to go. That's all gravy, baby. I have not yet done epic upgrades for cooking, but that's the last place we need an upgrade. What's the fused vitality situation saying? 4,500. What's this saying? I've only got 500 of these in the bank. Okay. In other words, it ain't happening, is it? I'm not doing dun-duns. I'm not farming dun-dun shards. Don't need dun-dun shards. We'll get them from the goodie bags by doing patron orders. I've had a grand total of 1. Yeah, I genuinely don't think I've seen a single delve recipe. I went into the expansion assuming the recipes from the delves would end up being really cheap. But they really have hammered the drop rate on those to like nearly nothing. So much so that I wonder if there's some plot twist with them. I wonder if like some of them aren't available in bountiful delves or something, are only available in normal delve. I don't know. But it's clear to say that with the price of them on the on every single realm, price of those recipes sort of showcases that they are rare. No dun-duns. Not a dun-dun in sight. We might jump onto yeah, let's jump onto the paladin. Let's look at enchanting and blacksmithing, see where we are with them. So I think we're good for now. You know what I haven't done? What did we sell? Pendant Sentinel's Drape. Oh, wow. Okay, I've got, like, negative bag space.
I've seen things that would scare you shellless.
You can go away. All of this just goes in the bin. $269, 4 of 6 hero gear. Where's that even come from? That's come from the world boss. Okay, I need to get some of these mats out my bags, to be honest.
Come back with some better stories.
I'm starting to learn all of these cosmetics as well. Wherever they're needed. Just until, as we're picking them up. Especially where we get duplicates of them. Recipes on the auction now, so they server specific. Yeah, they are, yeah. Yeah, each and every realm will have their own listings for them. It makes recipes a good cross-realm flipping adventure. If you've got the time, effort, and gold to dive into that business. Yeah, for the current bio cosmetics in the news, well, the for the field, what they could not field accolades, the dark particle boxes. I'm starting to just learn them all now. They're very cheap on the auction house. I expect that they will, as soon as they stop being the farmable thing, they will go up in value long term. But for now, I might as well pad my collection with them. Mostly because I'm getting bored relisting them every day. It's good for the ATT noises and all. Learn the first, sell the second. The age-old way of dealing with transmog. Sell your swaps. Use your swap money to buy the ones you're missing. What was the site where you can check prices? Undermine Exchange is probably the preferred one, or at least it's my preferred one. Undermine Exchange. That's my preferred. Okay. I've literally never bothered using any of these flipping finishing reagents on crafting stuff. Got 44 multicraft matrices. I've clearly just never used them for anything ever. If I can trust TSM's data, sold a total of 1,879 decor items for the value of 21.5 million. I mean, considering that you, correct me if I'm wrong, but have 99% farmed your own lumber for that, and let's say 20% of that value is in, let's say a high-end 20% of that value is buying other materials to craft with, you're still looking then at like 17 million gold off the lumber that you farmed since December, which, you know, it's not bad, is it really? Not bad. And that's just what you've sold. Never mind what you've still got in stock. Not bad at all. Combine 5 apprentice scribbles to make a ledger. Can you combine scribbles to make a handiwork? You can. Wow, even the mentor's helpful handiworks are only 100 gold each now. Jesus, how times do change. Look at my purchase price on those. I've bought 3 of these at some point for an average price of 4,700 gold. Now they're 100 gold apiece. Oh, I didn't even realise you can combine 5 of these into making an artisan one. These flipping ingenuity ones are beyond worthless. These don't have a bigger one. Wait, I've still got 8. Oh my god, why have I still got 800 gloaming alloys? Ouch. They better get expensive again in Season 2. There's a bunch of just dumb shit I just need to get out of my bags. Right, you go away. This sort of shit I never need. Going on here. Skamazed. Random ass herbs should go in the war bank. Random ass stupid fish can go away. I don't need 1 fish in my bag taking up an entire slot. Whoa, what the hell was that? 55 gold apiece. Why are fish so expensive still? Ah, peerless plumage. I've at one point bought 1 for 8,000 gold. Jesus. All these random ass herbs I'm just going to sell. I don't need herbs on this character. These are just popped out of goodie bags at some point. I could use them on other characters, but I don't need them on this character. Get him gone. Get him out of the way. Right, I've got use for the rest of those, though. Skinners are still going for the Majestics. That's true. Yeah, the skinning thing is still profitable. Right, there we go. Little bit of bag management. Hang on. I fucking hate all of these dyes. Go away. Got them all in a group to sell them, but... snowballs as well. I've kept this in my bags for some reason. Estimated amount needed to obtain the remaining things, 1. I've kept 1 in my bags. I'm never going to go do that, am I? Give me the bag space back. Hey, sorry. Screw. I taught... Chat. So many squirrels, I'm sorry. On the new fish for the new feasts, yes. Predominantly why I've got my fishing skill to 300 and got my epic rod, because the rare, you're probably going to want perception. You're going to want to get the higher quality fish, because that goes into the feasts. Squirrels are the end game of read. Well, yeah, genuinely. Chase all the squirrels. See where we stand with blacksmithing and chanting. We can spend points here as well. We've not touched blacksmithing or enchanting this week. So we need to grab some of you.
State your business.
State your business.
The reckoning is at hand.
See if there's any goodies on offer. Why am I needing basic ass alloys all of a sudden? Who's done a reset on these? Cheeky. Cheeky. Ha! The fact that these are nearly 300 gold a piece is kind of funny. These were down to like 10 gold a piece at one point, weren't they? The funny thing is, like, I fucking wish I would learn from my past experiences more so, right? Because in season 1 of The War Within, every man and their dog was running delves. Delves, 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 loads of flipping delves. And then by the end of Season 1, nobody was running delves. And what happens? The price of all of the delve mats were like... at the end of Season 1. And the exact same things happened with Tormented Tantalum and Petrified Roots. That everybody was running Prey, everybody was running Delves, and now nobody is running Delves and nobody is running Prey. The price of them have gone on up again, right? You know, if you use your brain sometimes, you can see these patterns. I just don't choose to use my brain, clearly. I mean, hindsight is obviously a wonderful thing. It's a bit more risky before. But it's still, if I had just used my brain. Have you seen The Last Caretaker? There's crafting, base building, puzzles, exploration, and mystery. A lot of fun. I have not even heard of it. Never mind seen it. Not even heard of it. It does sound like it ticks a few boxes, though. I probably shouldn't be doing all of these work orders, to be honest, but... only gold, right? Blacksmithing's never a cheap one, anyway. Right, that's tailoring. What do you want this week? 20 dust.
Sunwell's glory shine on you.
You can have 20 dust. Oh my god, dust is like 80 silver.
With perseverance, strength.
Okay. There's the weekly busy work out the way.
Anaria Shola. We will have justice.
Let's see where we are with recipe collection. Oh my god. Look at all the goodie bags. Yo, this is a fair amount of blacksmithing knowledge points. Only 2 dun-duns, good. We don't have to mess around with that business then. Where we are with blacksmithing. Oh yeah, we were trying to cap you out. Gives us our last recipe. Ooh, that's an interesting spot to be in. Have we finished blacksmithing? Literally only 2 recipes I don't own. Ornamental Silver Moon Hanger and the Repair Hammer from just maxing out something. Maxing out something is as much as 25 points. And this is something... Is this a recipe we just buy? Recipes, blacksmithing, uncollected, current expansion. Nothing found. No, where does this come from then? Ornamental Silver Moon Hanger. Where the Christ do you come from? I don't even know. Oh, it can be bought. Wait, what? Why is that not in the recipes category? Why is that not in the recipes category? That's odd. Oh, because it's considered a mining recipe. Really? Whatever. Problem solved. Well, this is a cool spot. We're at the point now with blacksmithing where I can, in theory, craft anything I want. Self-sufficient, anything I want. Now we can't guarantee everything at top quality, but whatever I ever want, in any way, shape, or form, can be obtained with the use of concentration. Do I want to? Where do we want to start putting points now then? Nobody cares about ingenuity. And you shouldn't either. Tool stones. Mass crafting these is an option that we don't have yet. Not a particularly interesting one though. And in both armor... I mean, I'll probably pad out the rest of these inner nodes. Just to unlock the use of finishing reagents. But that really is the same as just reducing the amount of concentration you need to use. But there's nothing here that couldn't be just produced at top quality if and as and where an order or a demand for it comes in. What were we saying over here? Finishing reagents, meh. Last sub-spec, which is weapon stones. Learn the recipe refulgent whetstone. Refulgent waystone. Well, I already have those recipes, so what the Christ is going on with that? Oh. No, wait, do I? Yeah. How have I already got those recipes? Upon learning this specialization, learn these. Nope, already got them. Well, that's an interesting twist. Once again, can't guarantee them at top quality without the use of concentration, but I've got the recipes at least. That's weird. How have I managed to get those? Not going to complain. Oh, that's cool. We're only one recipe away from all recipes in blacksmithing. Nothing to work on there. We got all our epics in place. Admittedly, I've only got a resourcefulness tool for blacksmithing. I don't have a multi-craft tool. That would be a beneficial addition, wouldn't it? But if and as and when we do look at mass crafting something, doing it with maximum multi-craft is basically a mandatory requirement. Okay, blacksmithing's basically done. Enchanting. Now, we are missing a metric ton of recipes in enchanting, look. And I think, once again, it's because half of these come from flipping delves. I think a lot of these money can be thrown at to fix the problem, but I don't want to. Yeah, look how many of them I'm missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 recipes. It's definitely more than 8 on this list, though. Wander's unlocked via the spec trees. Oil of Dawn is also unlocked via the spec trees. Moxie plus... Oh, that's... Oh god, I need to do Prey. Ugh. Gross. Oh no. I gotta do some Prey. Shadrasil's Roots is one that we buy. Powered Hex of Leeching is one we buy. Powered Rune of Avoidance is one we buy. Same with Nature's Fury. Okay, that's a purchase one. Midrasil's Grace is a purchasable one. Soul Cradle is a purchasable one. And then it's the decor recipes. Where do these come from? Root Flame Campfire we buy. Yeah, right. This is one of the reasons why I was doing the soiree. What's more gross, Prey or Torghast? Oh, Prey by a mile. I actually quite. I'm odd. I quite like Torghast. Prey is disgusting. I don't mind Torghast. I didn't mind Torghast at the time either. But then again, I wasn't feeling forced into it to get some legendary dust every week. I wonder whether I can buy this yet. Self-pouring Thalassian wine. Animated Sindori hammer. An animated Sindori pick. I wonder if I've got the reputation to learn those yet. So I've got 3 soiree recipes and 1 prey recipe to get, and the rest are just money recipes. Prey is an annoyance they don't have to bring back. Well, for this expansion at least, it's here to stay.
Look who's arrived! My friend, I was just speaking of you. Highly, of course. Come.
Is it you? Elected. Spellbound Tome of Thalassian Magic, already known. Elected. What are the ones I'm missing? Already known, already known, already known. Well, it's clearly not with you then.
My goods are one of a kind.
No.
Are you planning a purchase?
Oh, hello. Requires the host rank or above. What rank is host, by the way? I mean, we're not there, obviously, but... That's going to be like, what, 4 of 6? No. Magister's is 4 of 6. It's actually 6. You've got to get 6 out of 6 to buy that. Flipping Jesus. Okay, that one's not happening for a while then. Is that going to be the same for both of them? I reckon it is, isn't it?
Treat my wares with care.
My goods are one of a kind.
Host rank, host rank.
Return when you need more.
Okay.
We endure.
And host rank. Yeah, okay, sure. This is just going to have to be a long tail burn then. All right. Flipping Flippity flipping. I need 5. I need like 1,000 of these though, don't I? Oh, let's go do a couple of prey. Let's go do a couple of prey. That all pushes in the right direction. Wait, can you do the soiree stuff on multiple characters every week? Wait. Is this not Warbound? Oh, no, wait, hang on. No, it's not giving me the quests. Wait, you're giving me quests again.
Baladash Malanore.
You can, but you don't get rep. Oh, ugh. Oh, okay. So why would I do them again? The Arcana, the Marl, and the goodie bag, I suppose. Okay, I'm not that desperate to do that then. Yeah, not that desperate to do those again. If I don't get the rep again. If I could grind the rep on alts, I would probably do it. Just to get it done, but otherwise, nah. Not today. Do a couple of prey. Can I... Considering I need... Your warband does not have enough of this. Alright, sure. Yeah, I've still done the absolute bare minimum amount of prey needed. I did enough to get the seasonal journey finished for prey. But much past that, I was like, yeah, there's no way I'm doing this. But it turns out we are going to have to do a little bit. Little bit. Worth picking these up at the same time.
Be obsolete. My colleagues are searching for methods to protect our city. I have my own solution. Meet me near the harbor, and I will reveal to you another path.
Oh yeah, you can cherry pick ones. Oh, I should be doing this on my main. I should be doing this on my hunter. I should be doing this on my hunter so I can cherry pick the ones and work towards the achievement as well. No reason for me to be doing it on this character. This stuff is warband transferable, isn't it? Yeah, there's no reason I need to be doing this on this character. I'd be better off doing it on my main and doing custom hunts to get... Oh no, but the custom hunts cost you that currency, don't they? Wait.
Anguish still lingers on
which one is being an idiot here? That one, preferential abandon. Why are we on prey? I need some of the currency, the red gloop, for an enchanting recipe. Does it matter which ones I do?
This Death Knight has outlived their usefulness. Let us requisition their misery.
Right, let's go hunt you down. Where's the world quest? There it is. Yeah, pretty exclusively just doing it now for an enchanting recipe. I have very little desire to do it for any other reason. Not enjoyed prey. Not enjoyed it, unfortunately. Oh, I need 3 stacks of torment before I can even click that. I've come to learn over the years that I'm clearly not a great early adopter to new systems in the game, though. I mean, Delves is the best example of this, right? There's if you have the desire, go back and look at some of my early thoughts and opinions towards delves. I was like just genuinely not impressed. Struggled to see where the replayability of it was going to come from. Didn't particularly enjoy the delves themselves. But, you know, in an expansion and a half on, I've finally found... Oh, Jesus, I'm going to get nuked here. An expansion and a half on, I have found that they've been able to just about get delves into a place where I think are actually pretty good endgame content now. But there's a possibility Prey ends up being the same, right? It could be that their first implementation of it is just not to my liking. But, you know, if they're good at what they do and they build on it and work on it a little bit, then hey, maybe in 12 months time, maybe in the Last Titan, they get Prey into a position where I do actually enjoy it more. One can hope. I still need 3 stacks to tickle that one. Tickle that pickle. Still think picking up traps is probably the meta way to do this, isn't it? Where is it? Where is it? Who's stolen it? There it is.
Train their anguish.
Kill for me. You're basically a torrent IRL and they're not big fans of new concepts either. Is that the case? I mean, there we go. I'll take it. Does that mean I'm good at herbalism? I've still only got 2 stacks. Prey was decent until they nerfed the trap spawn. I mean, I remember it quite quickly became the meta that you basically ignored everything but the traps. That was just, you know, that was it, wasn't it? You went trap, 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 and then you were done. And you could get a nightmare done in about 5 minutes, and you didn't have, like, that was your way to sort of counteract the kiss curse mechanics. Because you'd just do it so quick that you wouldn't get the stacking buff and that you wouldn't have that kill for me thing all too often. But yeah, fun police on that one.
Train their anguish.
Still think you can probably do these pretty quick though. I mean, this hasn't taken me more than a minute, has it? And I haven't even done the world quest. Oh, no. Tab targeted the wrong target there. Whoops.
My magic reveals their little hiding spot. Go cover it in blood.
Oh, where is he? Down here. Yeah, to be fair, with a bit of gear, you can blast these nightmare prays all the same, by the looks of things. Thought you were a hunter main? I mean, I am by default, but this is my enchanter, and might as well do it on the character I need to if I can. There was, I tell you what, whilst, yeah, you're right, I am a hunter main, there was a 50-50 chance I was going to switch to this paladin, this expansion. I seriously considered it. It was the closest I've come to switching main class in probably 10 years. Just because they stole my multi-shot. Was the main reason. Can you remember if Hunter was your first character? No, I can't, is the honest answer. I went through a few characters before I settled on. So, I started, my account dates back to vanilla. But it wasn't really until the Burning Crusade where I started sort of playing properly. In vanilla, I think I played a few characters a bit without really ever settling on one that felt like home, if that makes sense. I think
You have ended their suffering.
this paladin that I'm on now was very, very close to my very first character though. But yeah, my hunter is about as close to my first character as you get, really. These two both were TBC babies. I flip-flopped between Paladin and Hunter for a couple of expansion. Well, I raided in Wrath of the Lich King on my Hunter, but I also kept my Paladin up to speed. Then I think for Cataclysm, yeah, I think it was Cataclysm. I basically mained the Paladin, and for half of Mr. Pandaria, it was at the end of Mr. Pandaria I switched back from my Paladin to my Hunter, and I've been Hunter basically ever since. I think. My memory's not very good with this.
Anguish still lingers on you.
I'm wondering if there is any real... do I get champion chest? Oh, I don't get a chest at all from those. Oh. Oh, no, wait. Oh, I only get the chests from... I'm just thinking about the Mog really more than anything else here. Whatever.
The Twilight's blade serves Zelatath, but even
how much of this stuff we got? 480.
Power,
I need a... what did I say? I need 1,000 for the 2 recipes. Was it 2 recipes? 1 recipe? What even was it? 500. Or was it just 500 I need? Oh, okay. Let's do this nightmare hunt then and probably call it a day. We probably won't need to do anymore. Wonderful. Yeah, I've basically only really made... well, I've never mained my mage, but I've always... or in the early days of WoW, I enjoyed playing my mage. There was something cool about just massive fireball crits way back in the day. My mage has been weirdly a character that I've never mained it, but I've always kept it reasonably up to speed. It's been my tailor forever, which is partly the reason it gets dragged through every expansion. yeah, weirdly, a lot of the characters I've kept up to speed has been for professional reasons, more than playing the game reasons. Oh, there's a big ball. I can't touch the big ball. Cannot do big balls yet. Oh, this is the chase one.
Do not end them yet. Savor the hunt and let the artifact consume their fear.
Oh, shit. Oh my god, nearly died. Run around, run around.
Such wonderful
Gotcha, bitch.
terror.
Nice. You picked up your void cores to spend on this? This dude is already pretty much heroic geared throughout. Most of that was actually, yes, done with the catch-up system. Didn't run in some dells for a couple of weeks. But I've not bothered to fully upgrade any of this. I've not farmed crests on any of my alts. I've done enough to get like some reasonable heroic gear. Still got some champion boots.
Drain their anguish.
Oh shit, hang on. Kill something. But yeah, I've not farmed crests on my alts. Not this season. The Void Core system, though, was great for catch-up. For getting that hero gear, at least. For getting the gear, it was really good. I do think that people are going to be in for a bit of a shock in Season 2. Because from what I've seen, they're everything seems to indicate that they're slowing down the gearing pretty dramatically in Season 2. They did this basically the same in The War Within, though. That they made Season 2 gearing much slower than Season 1. And my thought of this is that it's kind of calculated and kind of deliberate, because in Season 1, brand new expansion, you've got flipping everything to do, right? Like, you've got to get to level 90 first before you can even consider starting to gear in Season 1, obviously. And I think Blizzard sort of counterbalances the fact that there's lots of shit to do with making gearing a bit easier in Season 1. But then they twist the knobs and tune and balance everything so that by Season 2, you're gearing a single character takes more time and more effort. So, whilst I've been able to keep a couple of alts reasonably geared in Season 1, I don't think I'll be doing that in Season 2. I think the main will be kept up to speed, but that's probably my limit, I think, for Season 2. Partly, there's an element of me that is trying to not put too much on my plate for Season 2 anyway, because there might be something happening in November that distracts me for a good period of time. No, you know.
Drain their anguish.
What do we need? What do we need? We not spawned the big dude yet. Nearly there. Nearly there. Find me a trap. I'm lurking around this end of the woods because there's also treasures here that can be picked up wombo combo. There is a little Grand Theft Auto shaped event happening in November that will... Let's be real. August 19th, Season 2 launches. That's August, September, October, November. So 12.0.5. 12.0.5 is likely to be underway, well underway by the time GTA launches. So we will have filler content or Grand Theft Auto 6. It's kind of not even up for question. Kind of not even up for question. There will be much Grand Theft Auto consumed. And if that's not your jam, I apologise, but I, like many people, have waited over a decade for this game to launch. I will be playing it, and I will be playing it on launch, and I'll be completing it, and I will be then doing it all again when it comes to PC, and then doing it all again when they finally launch the online mode. Where's me flipping something to do? Oh no, wait, they're flipping out. I'm flying the wrong way and all. Will you stream it from console? Yeah, probably, yeah. I haven't quite decided how I'm going to deal with that yet. I don't think I will use the direct from console stream. I've got a Elgato capture card, so I can capture the PlayStation. I might just put my PS5 behind one of my monitors here and use my main PC monitor. The alternative is I hook it all up to stream from here, but play it on the big telly. I don't quite know how I would also then simultaneously stream that, but you know, I'll figure that shit out. Why not play it on PC from the start? It doesn't launch on PC. It only launches on consoles. Otherwise, I absolutely would. Yeah, it comes exclusively to PS5 and Xbox to begin with. Was it not 18 months-ish before the PC port for GTA 5, I think? It was a long time ago now, I can't remember. I knew interrupting that was going to be an issue. I've got to kite this flipping fella out the way. Smart, sell it twice, learn from the... Well, I mean, if only they sold it twice. I think GTA 5, I bought it 3 times, maybe? I mean, we are... No. Twice. I bought it twice.
In a single blow, we weaken the devouring host and empower our defense.
Yeah, it's kind of Skyrim-esque in that regards. They'll sell it on PS5, they'll then sell it on PC, they'll then sell it on PlayStation 6. If the cow is juicy, milk it. And as far as Grand Theft Auto is concerned, it's a very juicy cow. I mean, obviously, my theory is to stream, because it's kind of what I do on a day-to-day basis, but there's also my content creator brain is kicking in, thinking about, would it be worth a go? I don't know. Can I buy this now? Where is it? Oh shit, there's 2. Oh wait, hang on, I've already got one of them. I've got Nature's Embrace already. Arstrider's Hunt was the one we needed. Beautiful. Now technically, by the looks of things, my scribe is going to need 1,000 of this Remnant of Anguish as well. Maybe all the more reason to do a few of this on my main where it's quick and easy and then just transfer it across. But that is one more recipe. Yoink. Beautiful. Okay, I think for the most part there's not much more else to do on this toon today. I'm just sat on 43 knowledge points now. And there's probably room for more. Look, we've got 26 glimmering powders, and I haven't even done my weekly disenchants. Considering I picked up the treasures, actually. Considering I picked up the treasures for enchanting without really trying. This is not a bad time to farm up these catch-up points, to be honest. Usually the things that stops me doing that is that I need to go pick up the treasures, but I've accidentally done that already. So maybe I craft a bunch of stuff to disenchant, get some bonus knowledge points. Let's just craft 100 Evercore summon no others. Have you ever worked out roughly when you could have all of the trees full on a crafter? Most of it's about 6 months of consistent effort. That is assuming you harvest literally everything from everywhere before you'll start seeing people have full trees. I actually think we're not far from the point where some people will start maxing out trees. Because there'll be some people that will literally have thrown money at every single knowledge point that's possible for some professions. It depends whichever's the one that has the least amount of knowledge points needed for it, really. But I actually think we're probably not far off some people starting to fill their trees. I am lucky if I get it done by the end of the expansion, most of the time. I mean, I still don't think I've completed blacksmithing from either Dragonflight or the War Within, and probably never will.
Sinu Amanore. We shall not
All
falter.
this business in a bit. Do I have bag space for this? No. How we doing, Astri? Welcome in, welcome in. You got lag? Not my end. Seems to be all good my end. That's a good question. Which one does actually have the least amount of knowledge points? I think, I think it might be something like Alchemy, even, this expansion. With the least amount of knowledge points. Fun fact, when people were expecting them to, like, simplify the professions, what a lot of people took that to mean would be that there was less knowledge points for stuff. Some professions saw quite a big hike in the amount of total knowledge points needed as well, believe it or not. I think there's a couple of professions that are over 800 knowledge points needed now. Jewel crafting being one of them, blacksmithing being another. Kind of wild, honestly. I'll make 50 of these and I'll send 50 off and then I'll do another batch of 50, I reckon. Which, when you break that down to how many weeks it takes, you are actually looking at like 8 or 9 months to like fully collect everything if you never miss a knowledge point ever. Shit, was I using high quality ones then? I think I was, you know. Fucking hell, whatever. Oh, the weekly knowledge add-on tells you the max points? Ah, okay. Yeah, so, some of them are like ridiculously high. I don't know if I've got that add-on switched on. No, I don't think I do. World Cup's over. Happy Spain won, not Argentina. Yeah, we went on a bit of a World Cup rant earlier. I know there's a lot of people that couldn't care less about the World Cup, so I won't repeat in too much detail, but there is a bit of a sigh of relief that the World Cup is over for me, personally. It's kind of encapsulated my brain for... what's it been, like 6 weeks or something? 5, 6 weeks? It's a kiss-curse for me with the World Cup. I like the fact that they let more teams in. Because it's good, right? It's good for those teams to get some, you know, some limelight. The flip side of it being that the tournament is nearly 6 weeks long, though, is like, oh, Jesus, you know. I'm not even playing the games and I was feeling the fatigue by the end of it. Now, admittedly, it being, you know, every game that I ever wanted to watch was at like midnight for me, was kind of fucked my sleep schedule quite aggressively, but I do live on the wrong side of the globe. Bit of a me problem. Some equals tennis, football, golf, or for me, less to catch up on TV. I mean, I'm kind of glad that I don't really watch much TV in the first place. My spare time is spent playing yet more video games. That's literally it. Mrs. Manthis is the one that does all the TV watching in our house. I mean, how often on stream do we turn around and like, yeah, I would love to have time to play this game, but I've just never had time to play this game, sort of thing. Partly the reason why I've always played video games is because I just fall asleep as soon as I start watching TV. My brain just doesn't do it. Like, at least when you're playing video games, your brain is on and it's doing something. I can find a level of engagement in some sports occasionally, but other than that, very, very rarely am I watching any TV at all. Do you think 100 is going to be enough to get all these glimmering powders? It should be, shouldn't it? We only need 26 of them. That means like 1 in 4 needs to give us a catch-up point. Shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. Though we're not doing great on getting the weekly points here. Give me the epic one. Where's the epic one? Here we go. Right, now we're on to the catch-up points. Oh wait, hang on. We've got a bunch of gear in our bags here. We've got to be careful we don't disenchant stuff we don't want. Yeah, that Dawnlit Carver could do with being sold and not disenchanted, but there's part of me that just might not worry about it and just might disenchant it anyway. This thing, right? Yeah, that we should in theory sell. I can't be bothered. Just disenchant it, make it go away. That's real goblin problems, that is. I could sell this, but I can't be bothered. I actually don't know where we're going to spend these enchanting knowledge points, to be honest. I've got the entire enchant tree is done. So, honestly, from this point on, I don't really know where I'm spending the points. 30 points in multi-craft, maybe, but that only benefits us for crafting oils if we do. Doesn't benefit us anywhere else. In theory, had this tree out, but maybe the crystal collector's the only place where it's actually of value to put points in anyway. Dust and shards and this sort of business is neither here nor there, is it? What is it? What's the difference between a 2 gold 10, 3 gold 30? So there's like a 1 gold difference in price between high quality here, and there's a matter of silvers in the dust, so nobody cares. Why have I still got refulgent crystals in my bags? That's not right. 560 gold for a high quality dawn crystal, 400. Okay, there's 150 gold difference in there. I mean, 30, 60 points in maybe maxing this out. Not a terrible idea. Max points, it gives you other mats back. Well, that's true, it does. Yeah, I'm fortunately once again in a position where this was my main focus for my enchanter, just basically meaning any enchant in the game, mass craft where possible, where necessary. Well, probably a few points more in this tree just to unlock a few more things. Just this grand focus comes from there. There we go. Oil of Dawn. I think they were the only ones from the spec tree. We need to do some rep farming to get those, and then that's one we buy. Yeah, as far as the spec tree is concerned, we've gained every recipe we can now. Maybe I just will put points in disenchanting, just because there's no reason to worry about anywhere else. What's this? 30 points? There we go. Means these should now occasionally give something else. How many points do we need in here? Sub-spec, 15 points. So 10 more points in here. Another sub-spec. Then we stack into crystals, and I don't think I ever care about points in here. Yeah, absolutely zero shits given about disenchanting greens. Let's get 10 of these. A tranquility bloom. One void tempered leather. Still 15 glimmering powders. I'm not sure I did make enough of these, to be honest. I was really hoping 100 of these would be plenty, but... Right, there's 10 more knowledge points. That will give us the sub-spec unlock. And then with 30 points away on disenchanting epics, and then this tree's also basically done. Yeah, 30 points in here. 12 powders to go. I don't think this is going to be enough zoom shrouds. I was sure 100 of those would be enough, but maybe not. We miss a few, it doesn't matter. Have I got epic tools on this? Yeah. Do I have any more in my bags? One, okay. Right, this is it then. We need 5 glimmering powders from like 8 zoom shrouds. Three short, never lucky. We disenchant some rubbish I don't need. Let's disenchant this. Let's disenchant rubbish we don't need. Ah, no, stop. Aha, genius. There we go. Right, that is every single enchanting point that's been possible so far. Minus a book. Fully caught up. Fully caught up. Do we want to slam the 13 points in here? Enchanting tree is full. Multi-craft tree, nobody cares about. Ingenuity tree, nobody cares about. Yeah, more points in here. Or do we do we cap this out first? Since it's cap this one out first, since it affects both and all things. So 2 points in here, 30 points in here, then I'm a happy goblin. Nice. How much moxie we got actually? 2,400. What's that? 4 bags? 4 bags, I think? 4 enchanting bags. Could be useful for season 2. Although I do still need 450 for these recipes eventually. I need the reputation for those first. Okay. We are getting places. Blacksmithing, I'm in the position where I am. I think I'm just going to sit on the knowledge points now. Because what I could probably do with is 25, 35. I need to keep 35 knowledge points just in my back pocket. That means anytime I want to craft a piece of gear or fill an order, I can spend the points on maxing out that row. Is that roughly true over here? 25 plus an extra 10. Yeah, I need to keep like 35 points just in my back pocket. But anything above 35 points, we can just spend wherever. Cool, we're getting there. Getting there. Rations are starting to look spicy. Tools, epic tools all round. Nice. Been spending all mine as soon as I get them. I mean, at the beginning, that's the smart move to do. But what I've done, what I've done is I've tried to use my knowledge points to unlock as many different recipes as possible. This helps with patron orders, and this helps with those occasional public orders, or that odd time where you want to craft something, or you want to craft something for a friend or guild member or whatever. So unlocking all of the recipes was my first priority. Now I've done that. Now we've unlocked every recipe. Instead of just like putting points in here and just working my way through, if you keep enough to fill, to min-max a tree, like banked, that you can then always just quickly spend where you need to, and then anything over that you just fill. That's my play. That's the plan. Plan, Stan. This means by season 2 we're at like, this is what I was mentioning earlier, that for season 2, because this is possible, it basically becomes the minimum requirement. If you're looking to mass craft anything in season 2, if you want to mass craft alloys or something, your minimum requirements are to be fair, I only have a resourcefulness tool. I need a yeah, I'm not even there myself. I do need an epic multi-craft tool, but you basically need full epics across the board, full spectry, bis, anything under completely bis build going into season 2, you're just going to get priced out. Because the margins will, day 1, be held at like 6% above crafting cost. Recraft it to multi-craft, then recraft it back to resourcefulness. I mean, if I was serious about, if I was serious about min-maxing, then yes, but considering I've got my first set of epic tools for both primary professions now, I've got full epic gear on both professions, any bonus fused vitalities can slowly go towards second tools now. I'm only doing the done. In fact, I've got 6 of 8 dun-duns. I need to follow my own rule here. I need to go do the dun-duns then. We got 6 of 8. 6 of 8 means we can go pick up the weekly quest. Do 1 dun-dun. 1 dun-dun run. I don't like the Void Storm one, but hey.
Ideal in the most exotic goods. Come back soon. I'll have new goods just for you, eh?
May you seek abundance? It lies here in full measure. All you must do is harvest it.
Let's go. Quick cheeky 1,000. 427 already. The frustrating thing for me, and this has been like this now for a couple of expansions, which I think going into the last Titan, I'm going to be very proactive about pushing for serious change in the professions. Simply because I feel that after having this profession system now for 3 expansions, without enough, in my opinion, without enough change in the professions, we cannot possibly go into a 4th expansion in a row with this exact same system. At the moment, I enjoy tinkering with the professions, and I do it in a way so that it doesn't really cost me much, but it also simultaneously isn't really making me anything either, which feels a bit sort of weird for the professions. Like, I don't know how Blizzard achieves this long term. And I mean, we're 20 years into the game, who's to say they'll ever achieve this? But there's part of me feels like the professions, if you spend this amount of time and effort in a profession, there should always be some guaranteed payout or something. Even if it's like a modest amount as just a nod to the amount of time and effort that you have put into keeping it up to speed. I don't know. It's a player-driven economy, and the reality is if nobody wants anything, nothing's going to be worth anything, which is what happens at the end of every season. But I think concentration and patron orders and there doesn't really seem to be enough value in the professions outside of the player-driven economy to keep them relevant for a 4th expansion in this state. It might, you know, it's difficult because I don't think they're going to change anything particularly for the last Titan, if I'm honest. I think they're going to try and drag it out for another expansion if they can. But I'm in as good a position as anybody else to stamp my feet and say that, come on, we need some serious change now.
You have fine taste, Ashura.
Otherwise, crafting will get to the same point that PvP's in right now, where Blizzard will turn around and be like, well, we're not going to spend any time on crafting because the numbers aren't there. And you'll be like, well, the numbers aren't there because you didn't spend any time on it. For those who are dedicated to the PvP side of this game, I sympathise at the moment. Blizzard has basically come out and said, well, there's not enough people that do PvP for us to spend any time on making PvP better. And you're like, well, that's a vicious circle, isn't it? Wait, hang on. Do I want to spend...
Everything is of the finest
Yeah,
quality.
give me. We've got 17,000 flipping points on the go here. 12. I need 8 more. Well, there we go. There's the 20 I need for my... there's the 20 I need for my multi-craft blacksmithing tool. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. Find a problem, fix a problem. They'll simplify them even more, I'm sure of it. I mean, as long as we don't go back to like Shadowlands and before level simplicity, because I've gone on this TED talk many times over the years, but there's part of me that feels that there needs to be at least a baseline level of complexity with the professions to counteract the effect of the region-wide auction house. They're kind of getting there with crafted decor, though. You know, crafted decor, and I know I'm really bullish on decor generally, but like I tend to think that crafted decor is a push in the right direction as a way to make professions valuable to the individual, but also valuable to others within the ecosystem without, you know, I guess what I'm getting at is that there needs to be more stuff that's not on the region-wide auction house that has value within the professions. Gear has been pulled out and removed and created a new work order system around. They've turned gear crafting into a service-based system, which, you know, meant there was very little of anything to go on the individual realms, auction houses. That left just the commodities and intermediate reagents that then have the problems that anything that goes anywhere near the region-wide auction house is just a multitude more competitive. Decor has come in and is like, right, you have to put a bit of effort in, but the recipes are hard to get, meaning if you get the recipe, you can craft it, and you're crafting and selling it to people on your server, and you've got the skill gap of taking your crafts to other servers as well. So decor, like crafted decor, is definitely a move in the right direction, I think. More in that vein, more stuff that professions can craft and sell locally would be good, in my opinion. I, as a blacksmith, make my own epic weapon, don't I? I think. Yeah. I need to make one of these, but multi-craft. So what is it called? Sunforged blacksmith hammer. I need one of you. Oh, I need 2 dazzling thorium, that's it. 2 dazzling thorium, and then probably the is it dazzling? 2, yeah. 2 dazzling thorium, and then missive of multi. And then enchant tool multi. Haha, I'm buying this off the auction house. I should literally craft this myself. Even with concentration, it's not profitable. Lol. Out of curiosity, what's the reagent optimization on this? All Q1 everything. Give me 5 Q1 sterling alloys. This is why I just buy all my shit off the auction. I know I spend all this time setting up professions to be self-sufficient, but then I suddenly realise that the prices on the auction house, it's not even worth the time to be self-sufficient. I haven't got copper alloys. And I can't make those efficiently because I haven't got a multi-craft tool, which is what I'm trying to make. Oh my god. Just give me the flipping enchant. This expansion. Multi-craft, one of you. Oh, the Lastian Missive of Multicraft. I already had one. Interesting. Sure. Save the Claw and the Dazzling Thorium. There we go. Now we have a full multi-craft tool as well. There we go. Full resourcefulness, full multi-craft tools, fully epicked. Yeah, good to go. Good to go. They meant professions to be complementary to one's character. Crafting gear and consumables for yourself or a friend. They still push that approach. I mean, professions in that vein are still very good. In that vein, they're still very good. The self-sufficiency for, you know, if you don't proactively burn your concentration the second you have it, when you do come to craft something, you can often craft it for yourself at a cheaper rate than paying somebody else to craft it for you, sure. So for that, they're still very good. But the problem is that the cost implement, like, if you go back a few expansions, the cost of leveling your profession to the point of being self-sufficient was limited. You know, 10,000 gold maybe to level your profession from 0 to 100, even at like first day prices. Really wasn't that heavy at all. And so players could, if they were a paladin, they could level blacksmith things so that they could make themselves a piece of gear if they really wanted. And it wasn't very costly to do. And then if they had a friend that they wanted to craft something for, sure they could. The self-sufficiency issue with professions at the moment, that the professions are still very good because of concentration for self-sufficiency, but you've got significantly higher costs to get to that point, both in terms of materials needed to level and, more importantly, in time that needs to be spent in order to get the knowledge points to do that. For example, I am now 6 months into the expansion, whilst simultaneously being an absolute nerd about it, only just at the point that I think my blacksmithing is self-sufficient. Whereas I could then go and craft any piece of gear or any weapon at top tier for somebody else with the use of concentration if I wanted to. That 6-month setup time and effort basically means the self-sufficiency, you know, you can put a big cross next to it when it comes to, like, has this been achieved? It's kind of really difficult for them to get both professions being useful for the concept of a profession, something you do to make some coin in the game, and something that works in a very self-sufficient way. It's really difficult for them to glue those two together in a way that they work. You either kind of have to have one or the other. If they just kept the gear trees and removed everything else, res, multicraft, concentration, it would simplify it and allow differentiation at the start of expansion, but then make the branches longer in the next seasons. That isn't a... it's an approach for sure. It's not one that I think I agree with, but my proposed idea for the skill trees, at least, is that instead of having multiple skill trees, which I think is very problematic from a user experience perspective, because the game kind of tells you, and the game kind of expects you to specialize. I mean, literally the terminology that they use, the game sort of tells you to specialize in one tree. But then the outcome of how the spec trees actually function is that if you do just specialize in one tree, you're doing it wrong. Because if you do just put all your points in armor smithing, sure, you'll get quite good at making chest plates, but you won't be able to make them as cheap as somebody else, because somebody that knows the game better will come and put points in their, they'll come and put points in their resourcefulness, that they'll have better prices than you. The fact that you still need multiple points in multiple different trees is very, very, very counterintuitive unless you know exactly how this system works. So my suggestion with this is to merge all of the spec trees into one, right? You should have one tree, and it should act a lot more like a tree. You should have the tree, what do you call it? Like the tree trunk. You should have the main tree trunk, and you should work your way through that tree trunk. And the tree trunk is where you get your resourcefulness, where you get your multicraft, where you get your ingenuity. You need to put 1 point in the node to progress to the next point, but you don't have to fill that node before you move on. This means that you could skip past the multicraft and the resourcefulness nodes if you wanted, get to the branches. And the branches is where the specialization happens. You could say, right, I'm going this way, and I'm going to spec into making weapons. And you could choose to skip over and through the sort of resourcefulness multicraft nodes in the trunk, and you could say, I'm going to put all of my points to begin with in making weapons. But then you're still, it's, everything that you need is in that one path that you've chosen to take. It's basically the same as what we have right now, but it's way more intuitive to how the system's meant to work. And then you could have it so that you could be, each tree could kind of have a set amount of total points, but you're only able to achieve, I think there should be an upper cap to the amount of knowledge points you can obtain per season. So like season 1, for example, there might be 300 points in the tree, but you can only get a cap of 100 points in season 1. And so then you have to, in season 1, you decide, do you specialize in being really good, putting more of your points at the top of the tree, or do you put more of the points in the trunk of the tree? You kind of have to choose. And then in season 2, they could lift that limit to be like, okay, now in season 2, you have a cap of 200 points. Now you can be really good at weapons, and you can be really good at armor, but you could still maybe not have the trunk full. And then by season 3, you'd have an easy, achievable, total, fill the tree, be good at everything scenario. Yeah, my kind of way that you could have seasonal progression, and you could make this case of having humongous amounts of because this is just not intuitive, right? Look at how many different nodes there are in this entire tree, right? You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, plus all of those. Same again over here, right? For you to try and figure this out yourself without the use of add-ons or tools, you've got to go through and you've got to, right, what does this node do? Click on this node. Okay, read that tooltip on the screen there. Okay, what does this do? Okay, then what does this do? And 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 you've got to repeat that process for every single node in the tree to get the big picture. And only when you understand the big picture can you know where is the best place to put your points. Now, I'm a nerd, top tier nerd. I'm happy and I enjoy doing that. But the appeal that I have to a lot of other people is that I'll nerd out. I can close my eyes and tell you what every node on every profession tree does. But that's just like that's like serious nerddom. Most players don't want to have to read 1,000 tooltips in order to understand where they need to put their 15 knowledge points a week. It's just so not intuitive. It couldn't be further from that. And this is where I think they really need to fix it. And it basically means they don't change much of it. They just make it easier for people to understand what the hell's going on with it. It doesn't necessarily mean it will fix profitability values in stuff, but at least it would present a system that people wouldn't look at and just dismiss it as, oh, it's this bullshit again. I didn't like it when they did it in Dragonflight. I didn't like it when they did it again in The War Within, and I don't like it now they've done the same thing in Midnight. It's enough of a change for somebody to go, oh yeah, that's so much easier now. Oh, okay, if I want to be really good in weapons, I got to go up the tree trunk and then I go into weapons. Genius. You know, profitability and stuff is dependent on supply and demand. That's the economy we have in this game, but I do think the usability and the friendliness of professions needs serious work done on it. Because I think that's the major thing that's holding it back, really, more so than anything else now. No idea why there aren't caps. It's such a simple solution. It was used in other games. It was used in Season of Discovery. Professions were capped based on the phases. It is kind of crazy, but because it would basically... It would create that seasonality, which professions are the only thing in the game that don't have seasonality anymore. Everything else in the game, like dungeons, delves, prey, world content, everything has this seasonality to it, so that when we go into a new season, it's what's often referred to as a soft reset. An expansion is a hard reset, because you level up. Nothing that you do in the last expansion has any relevance on a new expansion in any way, shape, or form. You have to level up again. You have to start from zero. Right, that's a hard reset. You get soft resets when you go from one season to another, where it's basically like you start again, but you can carry a few things across from your past adventure in the previous season. But the things you carry across shouldn't have massive impact on the next season. You know, your Mythic Plus score gets reset. We get an item level increase. You get totally new raid with new bosses to kill. Professions don't have that seasonality. It's literally a day one race, and if you don't start racing from day one, well, fuck you, you're behind. Which is all. But then you've also got the fact that we're going to go into Season 2, and I say this quite flippantly because I'm happy I'm there, right? But to outsiders, look at anybody that didn't play that much at the beginning of Midnight, but lots of people have said good things about Midnight, so they come back to Season 2 and they want to pick up a profession. Don't fucking bother. Like, honestly, my answer for people wanting to pick up professions in Season 2 is don't bother if you haven't already. Because if you haven't got this, if you haven't got this, if you haven't got all of these, if you haven't got all of these, right, you're quite literally months behind somebody that does. And the catch-up system isn't good enough to bring people up to speed quickly. The catch-up system is 21 knowledge points a week, is the most you can possibly catch up to somebody. Which, when I've got already in blacksmithing, what have we got here? Let's just say that's like 70, 80, another 100, another 100. I'm at probably 300 knowledge points, 300 to 400 knowledge points in blacksmithing. Somebody starting today with 0 knowledge points, it would take them quite literally months to catch up. It's not a catch-up system, is it really? It's not really a catch-up system. Which, yeah, is another thing. This is the things which I think needs some serious attention given to it. They don't need to reinvent the wheel with the professions. They don't need to reinvent the wheel at all. They need to make the specializations significantly easier for people to understand what the hell they're doing with it. And they also, if they're going to keep this same format of many hundreds of knowledge points, they need to make the catch-up systems better. Dare I say it, enchanting is as close to a good catch-up system as we have on any of the professions. You can just continuously mass disenchant shit to get your catch-up points. It's still weird how they've locked the catch-up system away with enchanting. You must have completed the weekly quest and you must have completed the treasures. But there's nothing in the game that tells you that. It's still usability issues with enchanting, but enchanting is the best scenario we have of a knowledge point catch-up system. That needs to be copy-pasted or implemented in a certain way across all of the professions. And on top of that, they need more stuff that has a chance of being valuable to other people, such as things like crafted decor that has a bit of effort to get the materials. A lot of the recipes are quite difficult to obtain, so there's 2 barriers to entry there. And the selling of the crafted items then is on individual servers, meaning there's a bit more variety and a bit more opportunity for people to make some profit on it. Crafted decor, I think, is a really good implementation for the game we play today. So yeah, that's wow. Didn't expect that TED talk, but there's probably 3 things I would change. Will not the market be even more unprofitable if they make the professions quote unquote easier? Well, this is the thing. This is why I don't think that easier is a route that they need to go. I don't think easier is the route that they need to go. And this is the problem, right? This is where Blizzard said they want to simplify the professions. I don't agree with it, and I didn't agree with how they did it going into Midnight. The way that they made things simpler was they didn't address any of the usability issues with the professions. All they did is they took away some 1 rank of quality, which basically meant that anybody, you know, that just wasn't balanced out very well. And they just chopped bits out of the professions. That's like a real donut boy entry level way of approaching the solution. If somebody actually big brained it, somebody that knew what they were doing, realized that the professions are not complicated, they're just not very user friendly. If they address the usability, they don't need to make them any more simplistic. They'll make them better and therefore easier without just slicing bits off. They got rid of thaumaturgy. Why did they get rid of thaumaturgy? They sliced off. We went from 3 qualities down to 2. They didn't address how that would implement concentration. E.g., now implement concentration is basically donezo. They had this is the frustration, because they had the right idea with concentration, making it so that you could come along with your concentration and throw it at a problem to make the problem go away. That's what concentration's really good at. Meaning, if your enchant that you want to buy is 1,000 gold on the auction house, because that's its crafting cost, the auction house is always going to be there or thereabout crafting cost on stuff, right? If your enchant's 1,000 gold on the auction house, then you should be able to come along with your concentration and craft it for 500 gold using this magical concentration value. And then you're happy, you're good. You've looked at the auction house and you've said, I can make it for 500 gold. You've made it for 500 gold. You're happy. Everybody's happy. The thing is, though, now, with only 2 qualities, supply and demand has basically made it so that even concentration doesn't add any value to hardly anything anymore. Only reinforcing the fact that the right solution with professions is to not bother. Just let the sweaty goblins do it. And this is because the changes they made to make things simpler were the wrong changes. Cutting shit out, carving, limbs off the system wasn't the right way to do it. It was the quick and easy way to do it. But it wasn't the right way. But yeah. What do I know? I mean, like I said, I somewhat weirdly enjoy the collection side of stuff. I like collecting all of the different recipes. I like at least believing that I'm self-sufficient if I want to. But the reality is that for most crafting professions right now, if somebody comes along and asks me the simple question, how should I make some gold? The very low down the priority list am I going to tell them to go play with professions. Very low down the priority listing. There are 12 things I would suggest people do to make some gold in this game before they go anywhere near the professions, simply because the professions is more likely to cost you gold than it is to make you gold by a mile right now. The top 5% of players are making gold with the crafting professions. The bottom 95% are losing gold with the crafting professions. And so, to suggest somebody go out and play with the crafting professions in order to make gold is arguably poor advice. Make concentration account wide would still favour the multi-account players. Concults are a plague. Concentration's a good idea, but it needs a reasonable cap. Like I said, for the purpose of self-sufficiency, it's kind of cool. The only thing that I've heard of that I like the idea of, now this would completely nuke conch armies instantly, but the one solution I've heard of that I quite like the idea of is if you make something with concentration, it becomes warbound. If you use concentration, that would make concentration a personal resource that is of benefit. It's of benefit to you for when you need to use it. It shouldn't be a commodity that you can sell. Like a lot of the things of making it account wide or capping it, all of this sort of stuff, basically just it's not going to change all that much. But if you make an enchant with concentration, you should be able to make that enchant for half the going rate of not having the profession at all. But when you craft it, only you can use it. You shouldn't be able to trade it. Now, I know that gets a little bit difficult when you look at using concentration for crafting gear on orders and that sort of stuff, but, there'd be some rough edges to that to smooth out, but that's the best solution I've heard of to maintain the value of having concentration in the first place, for it to have a purpose and have a use. And simultaneously, not having it a commodity that you just scale up across 1,000 alts and sell it. On the bright side, a Dracothist is 2,000 gold now. Are they really? Oh, Jesus. Would people still be buying and trading on those? Probably. Allow the exception of gear crafting orders. The item is always bind on pickup when it's received anyway. Well, I mean, that's true. I mean, your crafted gear is, if you fill an order for somebody using concentration, the piece of gear is always bind on pickup. What's it matter? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess in that scenario it doesn't matter. But if you're using concentration on intermediates or consumables or commodity items, I feel the crafted item should then just be bind on pickup. You could actually go as far as to then make concentration like really powerful. Because it, you know, once it becomes an item that cannot be actively sold or traded, you can make it very powerful, right? There's been a big discussion over last expansion and this expansion about ingenuity, especially with things like enchanting, because that's where ingenuity was really powerful in the War Within. My issue with ingenuity has always been that it's absolute fucking weak sauce. It doesn't do it's not powerful enough. But if you could make it so that when you use concentration, the item is then warbound on craft and can't be traded, you could allow players to ramp their ingenuity really high so that they can get to a point where they can actually craft themselves a bunch of stuff much more. Like at the moment, your bar of concentration makes you like 2 enchants. And your ingenuity is like, it's just a nothing burger. Nobody cares. If you were to make it so that when you use your concentration, it's warbound, you could then allow players to stack their ingenuity a lot higher. Make it bind on pickup rather than warbound. I mean, yeah, either or. I don't think it really matters, but either or. But you could make ingenuity a lot more powerful. You could make it a lot more of an attractive stat for people to spec into. But of course, it would be at the, it's the Kiss curse. If you could make ingenuity really powerful, you could make concentration really powerful. But of course, it's only for your own personal consumption. It's not a commodity that you can sell. That makes it really interesting to a lot of the player base who, at the moment, have no reason to touch the professions. No reason to touch the professions. Because whether they spend the time, the effort, the gold leveling them up, or they just buy it off the auction house, it's exactly the same. You could make ingenuity really powerful. You could make concentration really powerful. That's a big plus point to leveling and playing with the professions. A big advantage for self-sustainability in the game. But you've got to chop off that, all right, let's turn it into something that can be sold and, I don't know. It's spitballing ideas here, but these were sorts of the things that I was kind of hoping we would see being implemented into Midnight when they said they were going to make the profession simpler. But unfortunately, we only got the amateur hour schoolboy implementations of changes, not the big brain goblin plays, unfortunately. Even making stuff bind on pickup, but making bind on pickup rather than soulbound would keep in tune with how the professions work, actually. But then again, I still think that, you know what, if you've spent the time and effort leveling an enchanter on one of your alts, that enchanter should benefit your other character. Like, there's 8 crafting professions. You're only allowed 2 on a single character anyway. I think that is quite enough of a restriction. That anything you do on them should be passed between the warbound, I think. So I probably would say, if you press this button, it's as simple as the crafted item then becomes warbound. You're still restricted to how much concentration you have, right? So, you're still... If you've got 10 alts that all want the same weapon enchant, you can't just go out and make 10 of them with concentration because you don't have enough of it. So there's, at that point, making it warbound, bind on pickup doesn't matter. But yeah, there needs to be user, quality of life features and functionality added to professions. And like I said, I don't think they need to reinvent the wheel. they've got a really good system. It's just not implemented very well. A few slight improvements could make it a lot easier to use. And then, you know, they could build on this concept of decor where you have multiple barriers to entry and then multiple sale options, which without question has made the crafted decor aspect of professions without question one of the only profitable adventures within the professions at the moment. And the irony to me is that when you look at crafted decor with the professions, guess what doesn't matter to you in any way, shape or form? Boom, spec trees. Like, the crafted decor is the route for people that have looked at this and said, no, right? A poor implementation can be completely avoided by going, you know what? I'm just going to pick up the decor recipes, farm some lumber and sell these for like 5 to 10k profit per item. GG, well played. So Blizzard kind of know this, and they've kind of created a system with decor that does start to fix some of these problems. They just need the rest of the system to catch up, really. Decor's the old school auction house playing. Oh, it definitely is, yeah. Definitely is. But boys and girls, I am going to sign off my TED talk that I didn't plan. And I'm going to love you and leave you for today. Thank you very much for joining. I know we're just chasing squirrels at the moment. I cannot commit to any form of stream schedule either at the moment. If you missed the very beginning of the stream, which I don't blame you, it takes a while for some people to trickle in. My stream schedule at the moment is kind of crooked and broken for lots of reasons. Some that I'm not willing to discuss on the internet. Some that I can discuss on the internet. To put it simply, my wife is on holiday. It is very common in Finland and in the Nordic countries to just take July as a month off as holiday. My wife is on holiday at the moment. This means that the way we as a couple run our lives is that if she's on holiday, I put everything on, you know, the back foot for the same period of time. It's, you know, it's a quality of life thing, IRL. So that's, you know, I've got DIY tasks up the fucking wazoo at the moment. But there is other stuff that I'm unfortunately not willing to talk about on the internet that I'm dealing with IRL at the moment, which is causing some issues with scheduling. But I am still very much enjoying playing the game. TED Talks of recent minutes aside. I'm just not getting the opportunity to play it as many hours as I'd like at the moment, which of course impacts the stream and YouTubes and all of that sort of stuff. But 12.1 is only a few weeks away. We'll definitely be ramping things back up closer to 12.1. We'll spend a bit more time on the PTR. I'll make sure all of the professions and guides and there's some video content and stuff prepped and ready for 12.1's launch. Weird things like fishing is going to be big in 12.1. Odd to see. But yeah, I'm going to leave it there for today. Thank you very much for joining. We had a whole flurry of love at the beginning of the stream, a bunch of subs. You've sat through an ad. Thank you. I've just realised ads are literally in progress right now. If you are not seeing this, thank you for watching the ad. If you are not seeing the ad, then that means you're probably an extra bro. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But enjoy the rest of your day. Come say hi on the Discord. And boys and girls, I will catch you next time. Peace.